Yes. Because I think you understand what I'm trying to do.
I do.
Okay. It's just so multifaceted that you can't really just hit it and it's gone. You have to really think about scenarios.
That we're on. Okay.
You know.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
Hello. I'm trying to.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. Today's Monday, January 22nd, 2024. Glad to see you all here, and I would ask clerk to please call the opening roll.
Councilmember Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits. Councilmember Jason H. Winston. Councilmember Amir Faroki. Councilmember Byron D. Amos.
Here.
Councilmember Jason Dozer, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Councilmember Alex Wan, Councilmember Howard Shook, Councilmember Mary Norwood, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, Councilmember Antonio Lewis.
Let's go.
Quorum present.
Madam Clerk, please also note that Councilmember Waits has joined us. Councilmember Dozier has joined us.
So noted.
Thank you. Next, we will move the adoption of the agenda. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, this was previously sent out, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt the agenda? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. We will now move to the invocation. We do not have anyone to provide it today, so we'll be undertaking a moment of silence. But I wanted to open it up to my colleagues for any remembrances that they may have. Councilmember Lewis.
Malachi Jackson, South Atlanta High School, and Dr. Bailey, Link University of Missouri.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to remember somebody that I went to college with, Ms. Amber White. She just lost a long battle with cancer, and I know that her hope was to make sure that she made it to seeing her son become an adult, and unfortunately, he is 6 years old, so she wasn't able to do that. But she was an extraordinary human being, one who definitely helped me through my educational journey, which was not easy for anyone. And I just hope that we can keep her and her family and her young son in our prayers.
Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. In Councilman Wan's absence, I wanted to lift up the name of Ann Favre, who represented District 6 from 2002 to 2010, as well as Officer Lucas Sizemore, a recent graduate of the Academy who passed away.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And to be more specific, I want to pray for the entire South Atlanta High School band and the family of Malachi Jackson. And I want to send every condolences I can to the suicide awareness for Dr. Antoinette Bailey and the entire Link University family who are still going through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Just wanted to lift up Diane Larche's family. Diane Larche is a longtime District 11 resident. She was a friend, and we worked on so many things together, and her family lost her. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows what a deep contribution Diane Larche left for the city of Atlanta in her publications and her public relations work throughout the city for so long, so many years, and she will be missed. And just want to lift her family up and have a moment of silence for her and her family.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. Getting some conflicting news, but finally see a national publication about Dexter King. It appears he has passed. And I'm looking to get more information, but Fox 5 is reporting it as well. And I know as a son of Atlanta, I'm sorry for my not having it all together, but just definitely as we wrap our arms around the King family and around the family known as the city of Atlanta, this is a hard blow. So.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. wanted to lift up the family of Bonnie Upshaw. Her son transitioned, and Abe Bernard Orlando Upshaw transitioned and went on to glory. So we want to continue to lift up this family and keep them in our prayers. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to add my voice to those who are in recognition of Diane Larche, who was a good friend of my family. Her husband, I want to extend condolences to her husband, Joe Larche, who's known me and known my brothers and sisters now since we were twinkles in my parents' eye. Diane, when she came to town, followed her in first mentorship and then ultimately friendship. And just want to extend more public condolences upon that. And like my colleague, Councilmember Amos, said right before coming in the chamber, learned of the passing of my dear friend Dexter King. And as I understand it, this news is extremely fresh, so I don't know if how many of the members of the family may know, but we need to extend the public condolences to them, to Bernice and Martin, and all of the members of the King family. And to our extended family, Dexter is a former city employee here in the Department of Corrections, and has just been a visionary, always had his eye on the horizon. When people hear Stevie Wonder sing "Happy Birthday to You," Dexter was the push and the emphasis of making sure that that happened, and plus a dozen other initiatives to make his parents' legacy and vision relevant for a new generation. And he will definitely, certainly be missed, and just want to extend those public condolences for my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wanted to lift up the family of Commissioner Tarlisha Smith. Her mother transitioned, I believe, last week, and so just wanted to also keep her in our prayers. She's our HR commissioner here within the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you. We lost two Atlantans, both of whom I have known and loved for a very long time. One was Dr. Jerry Lynn, a dentist in town. He was born, raised, educated, and practiced in Atlanta. The other is Bridget Dobson. She and her husband, Jerry Dobson, chose Atlanta back in the 1990s when they could have lived anywhere in the world. They had lived in Los Angeles and in New York City, and they decided Atlanta would be home. They were the writers that wrote General Hospital, All My Children, Days of My Lives, Guiding Light, and Santa Barbara. So any of us who have ever watched any of those soap operas, they were the guiding light behind those characters and that series. They both will be missed.
Thank you. Any others? I would also just add my voice to these, especially Dexter King, who was so instrumental in the King papers being acquired by Morehouse College and being displayed, and making sure that those were available to everyone for generations to study and to pore over that and for many things. He will be missed. With that, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I would like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, forward, and all of those, and I think there are a few here, for the recognition of the centennial anniversary of the Atlanta Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Come on up and join us up here if you would.
Good afternoon. Is the mic on? No, come on in. Yeah, come on around. Madam Mayor, you come up front. Where are our elected officials?
Come on. Sheila, elected officials, past national presidents, current and past elected officials.
Do you have a list?
Sheila Jones.
No.
Pass it over. I'm just
I know they're going to elected officials. Look at my past presidents and et
You want
cetera.
me to write it quickly?
No, I want you to be able to whisper it in my ear when I speak.
Okay, but you know Mike picks it up.
It does. I'm not going to be able to see it.
Camille Ziegler. Do you want to put those on this side? Jenkins. Vicky Jenkins.
All right.
And Andrea Morgan.
Now, I see all you ladies in a line. Why aren't you stepping? Nobody's stepping. You want
There's Andrea Morgan.
Hey.
So here are the three presidents right here.
Me to speak it in his ear?
You can, since you're closer to his ear, because I'll have to speak in front of the mic. We're not going to let you fall over. I got you. I got
All right. Yeah. Are we all in place? Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. Well, I'd like to say good afternoon to members of the public who are present and who are watching us via whether it's cable or on social media. I am pleased to be here today to offer a proclamation in honor of the Atlanta Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma, Atlanta Alumni Chapter for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And I am joined by, I believe, members of the sorority. Are they present?
Yes.
Okay. President accounted for. And so there are several dignitaries here today, but I'm going to acknowledge the elected officials amongst the members of the sorority. First, I would be remiss without recognizing Mayor Emeritus of the great city of East Point, Patsy Jo Hilliard. And of course, to my right, not only a great state representative, but also Douglas Astro, Miss Sheila Jones. And give her a great round of applause. And I understand there are past presidents of the chapter present. Camille Ziegler, right here, go ahead and give us a wave. Victoria Jenkins. Andrea Morgan. Okay. And our current president, Dr. Harper. That's right. Well, I know she's in here, but I don't see her. Our city attorney, Nina Hickson. Right. Oh, and of course, our distinguished board member, Ms. Ishay Collins. Now, Ms. Collins, you know you're not supposed to stay in the back of the class. You need to come up front where people can see you. Oh, Kieta Holmes, our Director of Zoning and Planning. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're good, right? Oh, right. And of course, our leading defender of democracy, crusader for the faithful, uplifter of the downtrodden, Miss Helen Butler, is also here. And I don't see her, but our former member, Miss Cleta Winslow, deserves a shout out. I believe she might be on her way. And of course, we can't gather with you ladies ever without having mentioned the first African-American woman ever elected to the Atlanta City Council, Miss Carolyn Long Banks. And of course, her sister in service, Miss Myrtle Davis. Is Myrtle here? She's not here? But she's here if we call her name. Her spirit is here if we call her name. And so to the matter at hand, I am pleased to be here as I have, of course, our former mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms and Shirley Franklin. Yes. That's right. But I called Shirley. But I'm going to echo another name. It's more a deep pleasure for me because I'm the grandson of a member of Delta Sigma Theta. Miss Julia Washington Bond, I think she went to Fisk in 29. I think she pledged then. Yes. And established some chapters that she and my grandfather moved around the South in their academic careers. And so I heard a lot about Delta Sigma Theta. We all did when we were growing up. And so to the matter at hand, I have a proclamation, which is the city's highest honor that this body can award. And the proclamation reads in pertinent part, whereas the following 7 young women, whereas the following 11 young women who were undergraduate students at the Atlanta University and Spelman College were inducted as charter members of Delta Sigma Theta: Minnie Lee Perry Bowden, Lily Moore Brown, Marie Bias, Magnolia Latimer Coleman, Margaret Nabrit Curry, Louise Holmes Elder, Sarah Brinson Forbes, Louise Pace Harris, Hazel Swanks Henson, Altonia Trent Jones, and Maddie Owens. Whereas Delta Sigma Theta sorority graduates in Atlanta, Georgia, petitioned the organization's executive council chapter and was granted in the fall of 1925 as Iota Sigma chapter. And whereas in 1958, as graduate chapter of the sorority, changed their name from Greek letters to the names of the cities in which they were located, Iota Sigma chapter became Atlanta Alumni chapter. And whereas the Atlanta Alumni chapter has been a dynamic force in the development and the implementation of public service programs and human service projects for the past 100 years. Yeah. Serving thousands of Atlanta residents, youth, and senior citizens, whereas outstanding public servants and elected officials are recorded in the archives of the history of the Atlanta Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, including former members of the Atlanta City Council, the Honorable Carolyn Long Banks, first African-American woman appointed to the Atlanta City Council and then elected to the Atlanta City Council, the Honorable Myrtle Davis, the Honorable Cleta Winslow, and former council member and mayor, the Honorable Keisha Lance Bottoms, and the City of Atlanta's first African-American First Lady businesswoman, Brunella Jackson Ransom, and the first woman to serve as Commissioner of Administrative Services in that role, authored Atlanta's Minority Participation Plan and served with distinction, and the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, the Honorable Emma Darnell. Yeah. Now, therefore, And so it is on this occasion that we honor the centennial of the Atlanta Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Council, may have to sit in the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Atlanta Alumni Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, we have set our hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, ladies of Delta Sigma Theta. Everybody lean in. All right, now before I'd like to offer any colleagues, if they'd like to say a word. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bond. Just wanted to take a moment again to salute you and congratulate you on today, your proclamation. State Representative Sheila Jones is one of my great friends and mentors. She provided me with my first opportunity in starting politics, and so I salute you today, and I thank you for all the contributions you've made to our great state. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else? Anybody? Any colleagues? Wait a minute, I heard some pink and green say something. What Councilwoman Overstreet said congratulations. Okay. All right. Well, if not that, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Bond. First of all, let me take this glorious opportunity to say thank you to the members of the Atlanta City Council, Doug Shipman, President, and our special friend right here, Michael Julian Bond. The Atlanta City Council always answers our call, and I want to promise you today, the members of the council, that we will answer any call that you issue to us. This is our city, our service area, and we are here for you. All you gotta do is call an Atlanta alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated will show up, and we will produce. Okay. We will show out, yeah, okay. So once again, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for recognizing this, our 100th anniversary. We were chartered January 1st, 1924. And today we're overwhelmed to be here. We're overwhelmed that you are recognizing us in this way. And once again, we'll be here for you. All you have to do is call. And I want to recognize my fellow Washingtonian. I am a Booker T. Washington High School graduate. And this is also the 100th year of Booker Teleferro Washington High School. Yes. And guess what? It's my centennial, my 60th class reunion year. All right. I graduated from Booker T. Washington in 1964. So I am the centennial class. Yeah, my class is the centennial class. Don't forget that, Councilman Amos. Okay. Okay. So thank you again. Thank you.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Well, we're going to gather that you. I'm sorry, what?
Sarah Jenkins wanted to say something.
Oh, you want to say something? Yes, ma'am. I remember that. Well, as we gather for a picture, one of the things that the president is right. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Atlanta Alumni Chapter is at the forefront. They're the impetus for the City of Atlanta forming the Atlanta Reparations Commission. Members of the body, please get your nominees in, because Delta started this work over a year ago. We want to complete it and get it underway. And the audience, let's give them a round of applause for always being at the forefront. And so now we're going to do what Jim Maddox used to say the city council does best. We're going to take a picture. And so I'd like those who are height challenged to go as close to the front as you can. If you, no, seriously though, I mean, if you can't see you can't see the camera, you are not in the picture. I do want to call out one of my classmates, Pam Jones, still here? Pam Jones, Andro? That's right. Mighty Astro. Now, we're also fours. This is our 40th reunion from the greatest high school in the world, from the greatest class in the world, from anywhere in the world. But I digress. That's right. So let's go up to the front.
We in a good spot right here.
I can't be, I'm not seeing. I don't see
So the tall people, we just stand up.
Look, all we gotta do is just stand here. We ain't got to do nothing.
We don't have to compete.
Fran, you need to.
I'd like to ask everybody if you would, if you're standing on the right side, turn your right shoulder to the audience. If you're standing on the left side, turn your left shoulder to the audience. And that will allow more people to squeeze in.
Oh, he's saying turn your shoulders.
Yeah, if you're on the right side, turn your shoulder in. Okay. So more people can move.
You can go right here. Come right here.
Gone. Well, if the camera can't see, we can't see anything.
All right, tell us where to look. Get a picture with Pam. Look, don't move. You have a picture. Let's take a picture with Pam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to invite Councilmember Byron Amos forward and all of those who are here for the 50th anniversary of the creation of the MPU system to please come forward and join us up on the dais. Everybody here honoring the MPU system, please come forward.
Yeah, Alex. This is Alex.
How you doing?
Hey, wonderful.
Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Twice in 1 week.
Delta is never out of order. Like, are there any hotlines? I was trying to say hello to you. We're fanning out really well. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fine, I suppose. I think when they get ready to take pictures, they'll probably want to move people, but we can go both sides. Yeah, some of them should come down on this side. Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, come on that side. You and y'all should come on.
On this side?
Yeah, the other side, just so that we're not all over there.
You ready?
Stand a little forward. I'll scoot you.
Well, as we continue to gather, just want to bring, to light how important this day is. We have the 100th anniversary of a great, we have the 100th anniversary of a great sorority, and then the 50th anniversary of the NPU system. Just a few weeks ago, we celebrated the inauguration and the election of the mastermind behind the NPU system, the great Maynard Jackson, and now we're here to celebrate his work. Coming from the NPU system and now being on City Council, to my colleagues, I can say if there's a job that is just like being on City Council,
Yes.
but just doesn't pay, that is the job of the NPU chair. As we get calls, they get calls. As we get emails, they get emails. As we are expected to move mountains on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, the chairs of our NPUs are expected to do the same thing. They show up, and to coin a phrase already shared, they show out every time they're called. So I'm gonna move forward with the proclamation, Atlanta City Council, in recognition of the 50th anniversary of the neighborhood planning units. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to join neighborhood planning units in celebrating their 50th anniversary, NPUs serve as the city's strong neighborhood identity and are part of what makes Atlanta so special. And whereas in 1974, the first black mayor of Atlanta, the Honorable Maynard Jackson, recognized the need for all Atlanteans to share in the growth and prosperity of our city and saw in the creation of an official route for civic engagement in the city's decision-making process. And whereas the legislation establishing the neighborhood planning unit system was signed into law in 1974 by the former Mayor Maynard Jackson to extend neighborhood planning power beyond City Hall and into Atlanta neighborhoods. And whereas all Atlanta residents, business owners, organizations, and agencies were invited and encouraged to participate in the city planning process by attending NPU meetings to share ideas and vote on neighborhood changes presented. And whereas for nearly 5 decades, Atlanta has demonstrated love for our city by gathering to make recommendations on comprehensive development plans, area plans, zoning, parks, transportation, housing, safety, utilities, and all other matters concerning neighborhood livability. And whereas the consideration of NPU recommendations is essential to preserving trust and accountability between community members and policymakers. I'm gonna read that again. It is essential to preserving trust and accountability between community members and policymakers, ensuring a fair balance of power, and ultimately guiding the decision-making process to plan a city that citizens agree is beautiful, sustainable, healthy, and safe. Whereas the City of Atlanta governing bodies and Atlanta citizens have jointly participated in this unique system for nearly 50 years and continue to work together to build a more inclusive and effective system in the years ahead. Now, therefore, it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby commence a year-long celebration of 50 years of civic participation through the 25 neighborhood units, planning units in the city of Atlanta on this second day of January 2024. And it is signed, of course, by our council president and all of my colleagues on the Atlanta City Council. So to all my past, present, and future NPU chairs, congratulations. Over there, want to take a picture here. And of course, we'll start with any of my colleagues would like to make a comment. Councilwoman Boone.
I am Andrea Boone, a member of the Atlanta City Council, District 10, and I call them super volunteers to Chair Glover, Chair Khalifa Lee, Chair Angela Clyde, and I see so many folks here, Reverend Crawford, Ms. Barbara Leith, Alicia McMichael, Poverty to Prosperity, and everyone from the NPUs in NPU HINT. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep calling, keep texting, and keep on doing what you all do for the beloved community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And I'll tell you that the city of Atlanta would not be the city of Atlanta without the NPU. When you think about the years and how they align, Mayor Maynard Jackson, 50th year anniversary. Atlanta Metropolitan State College, 50th year anniversary. NPU, 50th year anniversary. All this stuff is aligning to build what we live in right now. So I want to say thank you to the folks that built our city, the folks that are pushing this stuff and making our job easier as city council people, because you are actually doing the 311 calls, taking the calls from the community and pushing this stuff forward. Let's keep it going.
Thank you all for coming out this afternoon. I'm Councilmember Jason Dozier. I represent District 4 in Atlanta City Council, and even though I'm on the City Council, I would not be here today if it were not for our NPU system. I'm thankful to see my chair, Stephanie Flowers. You're back. I see you there. You know, when they say that these are super volunteers, that is an understatement. One of the things that I think about is a lot of these folks are spending money out of their pockets, more than just giving time, and a lot of folks are coming out on the negative. So it's not that you're just not getting paid for this work, but sometimes you're spending money to make things happen, to build a neighborhood website, to make sure there's food available at some of the meetings that you're having. And so I just want to not only acknowledge our NPU chairs who are here today, but I want to acknowledge the city staff who work day in and day out to make sure our NPUs are working in a way that Mayor Maynard Jackson intended for them to work. Leah and her team, I feel like half the NPU team is District 4 constituents, so I especially want to make sure y'all get a shout out. But I just want to say thank you to y'all for just doing this work. And I know that this year is a big year for not only for the NPU system, but for you all to make this happen and to make sure the celebration goes the way that we want it to go and to really represent the vision of Mayor Maynard Jackson. So thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak, and congratulations, 50 years is amazing. And let's get to the next 50 so that our grandkids can be on this day as celebrating the work that we're doing today.
Councilwoman Overstreet.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Dozier, for making sure that you commended the actual support system that holds up our NPUs. Thank you very much. But our NPU system is so divine and so intertwined, and I'm just thankful for all of this free work that you all do all the time. Totally thankful for it, and I did not want this opportunity to leave without thanking my R, S, T, Q, and P. You guys do a whole lot of work, and because of you, we all are shining, and I appreciate that. So, Stephan, if you don't mind, I want to take a picture after our presentations with Reggie Russian, Gatacho Smith, Eunice Glover, Hess, how are you? And Donovan Dodds, and who else? And who else did I forget? I think all of mine are here. So I want to make sure I get all of my NPUs together, because this is truly monumental, and they do a whole lot of work all the time, all year long. We just had a meeting in my office about how we were going to divide and conquer for 2024. So we'll be there, and I really appreciate all of the work that you all do all the time.
And I want to commend all of the NPUs, having represented the whole city and now representing the northwest part of the city. Y'all are all fabulous. You have brought the city together. You have worked together to tackle amazing issues throughout the entire city. So it truly is a united city and a united Atlanta. And I love my NPUs A, B, and C. Yay.
Hi, everyone. Jason Winston, council member for District 1. And I just want to second the sentiment from my colleagues and just thanking you all for what is very much a thankless job. You go in, you volunteer on a day-to-day basis and help us to just deal with so much in our districts, and I just want to thank you. One other person that I want to make sure we uplift today, and that is the late John H. Calhoun, who was a council member, the first African-American council member for District 1, who carried the legislation with Mayor Maynard Jackson for the NPU creation. And so I just want to thank him and make sure that we remember him and the work that he did in coalescing council around the creation of the NPU system. So again, thank you all, and thank you, Mr. John H. Calhoun.
Anyone else? Well, thank you. Now, I was not going to call NPUs till my colleagues got up here, but we all know the best. JT, K, L, M, and E coming out of District 3. But with that being said, I'd like to bring to you the coordinator of our NPU system, Ms. Leah LaRue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Councilmember Amos, my council member, to all the members of the Atlanta City Council. All of you have been so supportive, and to Council President Shipman, To Mayor Andre Dickens and the entire administration, I've been at this for a few years now, and every single day I hear someone giving words of commendation for the work that we're doing and for the improvements that they're seeing in the MPU system. And I have to tell you that without a supportive administration, none of this would be happening. I'm so grateful to have Mayor Dickens in office and this Atlanta City Council that has been so incredibly supportive of the work that we're doing. I prepared notes just so I don't forget anyone. I especially want to thank our Commissioner, Janae Prince, who is incredibly supportive. She herself, as she likes to say, is an MPU person. She was an a leader in an MPU fashion in another state before coming to Atlanta. My name is Leah LaRue. As Councilmember Amos said, I'm the Director of Neighborhood Planning for the City of Atlanta's Department of City Planning. And I will tell you that I tell my team all the time, and I tell people all over the city, we have the most exceptional staff. We can do what we do because we have an amazing staff. So I have to celebrate my team, my staff. They're all the way at the end, I think. I see everybody else. Y'all wave your hands so the people know who's doing all this work and taking all the calls. And I want to tell you something that is unique about my team. I talk about this often. You may have heard me say this before, but my team is Atlanta. My team is Mechanicsville, West End, Edgewood. We got a couple in West End, downtown. Oh, Grove Park. Did I leave anybody out? Adamsville. We do have somebody from Adamsville. Amen. I hope I didn't leave anyone out, but truly the real MVPs are the ones, as Councilmember Boone and others have said, the super volunteers, the ones who show up every single day to do this work. My team, we collect a little paycheck every other week. But the folks who do this work day in and out, every single day of the week, on weekends, I'm here on Saturdays, they're here with me. I'm out at a festival on a Sunday, they're there as well. They do this as volunteers, and I certainly want to celebrate the MPU chairs, the members of the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, the neighborhood presidents. They're all here with us today. Very, very pleased and proud to have you all standing here. In 1974, as you all know, Maynard Jackson created this system for us, for people whose voices would otherwise be left out of planning their own neighborhoods. And 50 years later, here we are again, planning yet another CDP. It's time for the CDP. That's right, we can clap for the CDP. We've got some important things happening, and there's still some empty seats at the table. So this year we're focusing on getting the word out to make sure that every Atlantan knows that there is opportunity here. There's a seat at the table for you. When I thought about what I wanted to say up here, all I could think about is inviting people to the table. Mayor Maynard Jackson, John Calhoun, and so many other trailblazers that paved the way for us, they laid this table out for you. Please do take a seat at this table. I assure you, all of the concerns that you have about your community, about your neighborhood, the Atlanta Police Department is ready to plan with you. They're ready to resolve those issues with you. Atlanta Fire and Rescue, the Atlanta Department of Transportation, Atlanta Watershed, the Department of Public Works, and of course the Department of City Planning. We're all ready to plan to address these issues that you have in your communities and make these neighborhoods strong and healthy and equitable. We're ready to plan. The only thing missing right now is you. Please do take your seat at the table. I'm supposed to say some things about the 50th anniversary, but I want you to hear from at least a couple of our MPU chairs who are here, and I want to save space for them. So I'm going to ask, Ms. Fuller is here. She's not an MPU chair. One of the things that we talk about often is bridging the gap, because people don't recognize this, but the MPU system was not just created for residents. It was created for the business community as well. They are parts. They do not have to fight to be a part of the MPU system. The legislation was created that way. They are equal members of the MPU system, and they work just as hard. So I want to ask Ms. Fuller from the West End Merchants Association to please speak for just a couple minutes.
Thank you, Leah. I'm Myrna Fuller, president of the West End Merchants Coalition, as well as the West End Merchants Coalition is a City of Atlanta Main Street community, and I think that's very important as you hear more about Main Street. Because of NPUT, our business association is stronger and accountable, and that says a lot for an organization who is in charge of the business community to work in tangent with the neighborhood community. The NPUT has been a catalyst as well as a guide to make all 5 of our West End organizations that serve the community cohesive and advocates for our community. I want to say that I've always been impressed by the NPU system, Leah and your staff, because not only are you professional, innovative, creative, and you are always there for us, whether it's a phone call that needs to be made or you're running one of your university programs. So I can't thank you enough on behalf of the business community for all that you do. And I have to say, one of my dreams is, even though we are very much a part of the NPU system, one of my dreams is, Councilperson Dozier and President Shipman, that you set up a similar system for the business associations within the city of Atlanta. We need the same strength, the same advocacy, the same recognition that the neighborhood systems have. So I hope that that can become a reality one day, although we always feel very much a part of the NPU system. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Reginald Russian, chairperson for Neighborhood Planning Unit P. First of all, I'd like to say, let's everyone give a thanks to our former mayor, Maynard Jackson, for creating this system, and having a vision to have the citizens of Atlanta to have a voice in the community. Also, I'd like to thank Leah LaRue and her staff. They're fantastic. They work hard for us. Councilmember Overstreet, I want to thank you. I don't think you've ever told me no when I pick up the phone and call you. Never know. So I certainly appreciate the support that you give the NPU system, and I also like to thank my fellow NPU chairs and all of the people in the community for working so hard. And let's continue to make the city of Atlanta great. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, if everybody can take a step up front, we'll take this magical picture.
a lot of pictures. Yeah.
Please.
Thank you all. We'll now move to remarks by the public. Just remind everyone that we'll have up to 2 minutes for your comments unless you've been yielded time by someone else, which I will try to note when I call you forward. We have a number of speakers today, so we'll try to make sure that we keep it moving so everybody can be heard. And I will do my best to pronounce your name. And as always, if I don't, my apologies in advance, and please do correct it for the record. First will be Samantha Kramer. You'll have up to 2 minutes. Come a little closer. It should be on. Can we get the public mic to be a little louder, please? No, we need to turn it up a little more. No, maybe so now. Let's make it a little bit louder up in the booth if we can. It's pretty good. I want to make sure everybody who's on TV can hear you as well, so. Yeah, a little bit more, if we can. It's a little better. My guess is that halfway through your comments, it's going to get super loud. Thank you. Yeah, IT is working to make sure we get it turned up. Next up will be Lisa McGee. You can wait until the mic gets turned up, that's fine. Just test it for me if you would, so we know. Nope, let's make sure we get it turned up, please.
It wasn't on.
There we go. You have up to 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Lisa McGee. I'm a resident of District 1. I spent hours of my time this summer canvassing, talking to my neighbors and people across this city for the petition to vote on the land leased for the APF training facility. Far and wide, whether for it or against it, people wanted the option to vote. We submitted those signatures, and it is past time to count them. I urge you to hear from your constituents, especially as the facility, according to AJC, has now risen to a price tag of $109 million, much more costly than any training facility across the country, even Los Angeles and New York City. Atlanta can be leaders. We can be leaders of showing the country that we still believe in democracy and the power of a vote to change outcomes. I'd still like to believe that that is true. I urge you to vote yes on Councilmember Bakhtiari's Ordinance 34482 without amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jacob Flowers. You have up to 2 minutes. Following Jacob Flowers will be Lisa Baker.
Thank you, council members. My name is Jacob Flowers. I'm the Regional Director for the American Friends Service Committee, also a resident of District 1 and a very frequent voter. I come before the council today to also urge you to support Councilwoman Bakhtiari's resolution to establish a process to verify the over 116,000 Atlanta voter signatures that have asked you to place this on the ballot. We know that this legislation, that the citizens' desires to put this on the ballot is wildly popular. A recent AJC poll said that over 80% of voters wanted a way to verify these signatures. We know that this is about the strength of our democracy. We know that whether or not you support Cop City, that you, the elected representatives of the people of Atlanta, owe it to those 116,000 people to allow this to be voted upon. Councilwoman Bakhtiari's ordinance legislation has been based upon widely verified best practices and referendum practice from all over the country. So we urge you, support this resolution, support it without amendment. Let the people of Atlanta do what they need to do and vote on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Baker. Following Lisa Baker will be Laura Kearns. You have 2 minutes.
Atlanta City Council, no one here expected you to do the right thing. You have already shown us what you are going to do. In 2021, we broke all records for public comment, with hundreds of people speaking against the lease for Cop City. You ignored us. You voted against us. You voted against the voice of democracy. You voted for Cop City. In 2023, we did it again. Over 1,000 people showed up in this building to give public comment. Half of us, you wouldn't even let through the doors. And yet we still kept you here till 5 in the morning. All of us speaking with one voice, one message: stop Cop City. Once again, you voted against the will of the people. You voted for Cop City. Today, we aren't going to break any records. You know why? Because Liliana Bakhtari's referendum legislation would not stop Cop City. It would set up a system that would create a process that could eventually enable the people to decide. But if you had passed this legislation today, construction would continue tomorrow. Atlanta Police Foundation would not fire you on the spot. If you pass this legislation, you can continue to appeal the referendum process in court. This legislation is nothing but a bone that you could throw us to pretend like you are capable of doing the right thing. But you won't. We all know it. You're going to do the wrong thing. You are going to continually to openly oppose the will of the people. Idiots. Have you never studied history? How long do you think a government that supposedly derives its power from the consent of the governed can continue to override the will of the people without consequences? You are idiots. So many people who used to think we have a democracy in Atlanta have been disillusioned and radicalized by the reality of your actions. You are bringing a sea change on your heads. And when you lose your jobs, when you lose your reputations, when you lose the respect of everyone around you, I hope you remember why. It is because you refuse to even let us take this tiny step to stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Laura Kearns. Following Laura Kearns, 2 minutes will be Scarlett Marialgo.
Hi, good afternoon. May I cede my time to Amy Taylor, who is right here with me, and she's on the list?
Sure.
Thank you.
You'll have to wait.
We'll have to
Next
wait.
will be, you can cede your time to her. That's fine.
Thank you. Okay.
Next will be Scarlett Marialgo. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
I'm going to ask the same thing. Can I cede my time to Marie Westmoreland? She's further down the list.
Y'all are making it hard on me today. With
They
who?
took the list early before proclamations were over.
Sorry, tell me again who you want to cede it to.
Marie Westmoreland.
If I can find her, you can. I actually don't see her on the list. You may want to take your time.
Could I cede my time to Mary Hooks?
You just hold 1 minute. We can.
Sure.
Let me go to Amy Taylor for 4 minutes, and we'll come back. You have up to 4 minutes.
I should have 8 minutes. I had 2 other people cede their time to me.
8 minutes, sorry.
Thank you. Hi, again. I'm Amy Taylor. I live on Key Road, 250 feet from the facility, and I am the CSAC representative for Starlight Heights. The neighborhood that has been and continues to be the most affected by your police training facility development. Our most recent Starlight Heights neighborhood meeting on Friday brought forth more reports of police headlights shining directly into house windows all night, and one resident's dog walker was viewed on a surveillance camera, then shortly after surrounded by 4 squad cars, and was told that she could be charged with terrorism, simply for doing her job. My own daughter had a similar experience walking down Key Road with her college friends last summer. That ended with 6 cars surrounding them at my house. Residents continue to be profiled, aggressively followed in our cars, interrogated, and threatened if we are dare to be seen walking on Key Road. We've always walked down Key Road before this happened, before y'all moved in. Now we feel terrorized, and now we learn we are being watched by cameras and drones after we have already had to endure police abuse and occupation of what used to be a very quiet and peaceful neighborhood. After the way we have been treated by APD, their presence does not make me feel safer. The sounds of gunfire continue in the night, and it has not stopped since you moved in. No one thinks your occupation deters crime. If anything, we have more traffic, drag racers taunting the police, more speeders through the neighborhood, mostly by Atlanta police cars. And if we have a problem, we are told Starlight Heights is not APD jurisdiction, which is true. However, they're right next door. They're right there. You are a property owner in DeKalb and nothing more. APD has no right to occupy any land beyond your property lines. You don't own Key Road, Constitution Road, or Entrenchment Creek Park. They are public domain, not your jurisdiction, and my neighborhood is not an extension of your development. In my neighbor's eyes, your police are the terrorists. They incite fear and intimidation on people minding their own business who want nothing to do with them or the facility. I have been trying to advocate for my neighbors by working with high-ranking APD officers, but for some reason they will no longer talk to me. So I bring these issues to you. What are you all going to do about it? Is this what you would want for your neighborhoods? I know the argument for the police behavior is because of the threats this development faces every day. But this council, APD and APF, brought these threats upon yourselves. And my neighborhood bears the brunt of the fallout. I have spoken here before about this for almost a year now. Because what you have created, a mother has lost her son who was on DeKalb Public Park property. He dared to peacefully protest and he was murdered for it. As a result, that DeKalb Public Park remains closed to the public despite all efforts to implore DeKalb CEO Thurman to reopen it. Worst of all, now anyone who dares to peacefully protest this facility would be charged with terrorism. Is this the Atlanta way? As DeKalb residents, you don't represent us. We can't vote for you. But what you do directly affects our lives every day. We need to work together on this. The entire CSAC dialogue between Atlanta and DeKalb residents began with your representatives stating, we want to be good neighbors. Homeowners should not be afraid to leave their homes for fear of APD parked outside their homes 24/7, and they are there 24/7. So who is willing to go above and beyond to be a good neighbor? Any of you? Who is willing to work with me to ensure the safety of my neighborhood and stop the abuse we endure from your police occupation? Mr. Lewis, wherever you are, you claim to be a voice of change through protest and activism. Will you help Starlight Heights? Mr. Hillis, as chair of the Public Safety Committee, will you work towards the safety of my neighborhood from APD or look me in the face? Mr. Amos, would you feel safe knowing that any of your daughters could simply be brought up on terrorist charges for walking down the street? Mr. Dozier, as chair of Entrenchment Creek Stewardship Council, can you help DeKalb get Entrenchment Creek Park reopened? We would like our park back. Ms. Overstreet, your bio states you have always been devoted to the people. Does that include the people of DeKalb in Starlight Heights whose lives are being negatively impacted by this training facility? Mr. Shipman, Westmoreland, Winston, Juan, Shook, Ms. Norwood, would any of you like a bright spotlight glaring into your windows while you're trying to sleep at night? Ms. Boone, Mr. Bond, Ms. Waits, Mr. Faroki, Ms. Bakhtiari, I call each of you out by name to inspire your response as to what any of you will do for the neighborhood your decisions have inflicted fear and abuse upon. I agree to work with the CSAC to serve my community so we would not be further railroaded by this development. It is time for you to live up to the good neighbor promise your representatives made to us and stop the abuse to Starlight Heights residents as well as other DeKalb residents who are suffering from your decisions and abused by APD. This is not okay, and no one should have to live like this for any facility. It's time for it to stop. Thank you. I yield for your responses. Any of you. I called you all out by name.
Councilor Bakhtiari.
Ms. Taylor, you have, one, volunteered your time to serve on CSAC, which has not been easy for you, I know, because you've sat in my office and talked to me about it. Thank you for the time you've taken to contact me, the compassion in which you have done so, the fact that you have not yelled at me, told me that, I'd be with this community would be better off without me here or any other violent insults that have come my way, and I appreciate that. However, I'm also here to help you in any way that I can. I understand that you're an unincorporated, but this does affect you, and I know that you've been going through a lot. And so I will continue to escalate what you bring to my attention. I'll come out to your house. We can walk the area. We'll do whatever we need to do. And I'm very appreciative that you've been so patient with my insane schedule and repeatedly asked me to meet. And I absolutely, absolutely will find the time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Time has expired.
None of you have the decency to think about people you are affecting directly.
Next up will be, I want to go back to the list. I've got the list that I've got. We're not going to do inter-list exchanges, so if you want your time, that's fine. If not, we can skip. Scarlett Mariargo, you have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
I'm not sure how I ended up with 4 minutes, so that's nice. I think it's really interesting that Liliana did not vote in favor to build the training facility, but was the only person willing to answer to a citizen affected by it. So no one wants to take responsibility for their vote, those of you who voted in favor. That's very interesting. So we don't have the privilege today of actually voting upon Councilwoman Bakhtiari's legislation, which, as other people have mentioned, was drafted with the guidance of lawyers and folks who across the nation have advised on referenda processes. So since we don't have the privilege of voting on what should be a no-brainer procedural ordinance in the interest of democracy, I thought we could do a little history lesson, since people want more time and more information always to vote on something that is just meant to move forward referenda, which exists in the city charter. Anyway, without the occasion to vote on this and turning to our eyes to history, someone named Stephen A. Higginson, who is a historian and served on the Second Continental Congress of the United States, made an interesting observation about referenda, and I'll read you something from his short history on referendum in the United States. In colonial America, the right of citizens to petition their assemblies was an affirmative remedial right, which required governmental hearing and governmental response, not simply listening and not responding, as many of you just did. Because each petition commanded legislative consideration, citizens in large part could control their legislative agenda. Although the sheer volume of business may have eventually made that too big of a duty for the legislature to take on, First Amendment petitioning was guaranteed to go away, to be weakened, when abolitionists attempt to use petitions to emancipate people. So this right to petition our government to openly disagree and ask to be heard was law of the land, was as dear to us as First Amendment free speech rights, until people tried to use referendums and petitions to emancipate others. I wanted to bring that up as a history lesson because the stakes and the lines are not so different today. The referendum is an opportunity for citizens to disagree with their government and for us to respect the ballot box and solve issues there. This body's unwillingness to codify what should be simple rules is very scary to me. It tells me that you all don't want us to disagree, and if we disagree, we have no avenue for our disagreement. There's a famous quote about what happens when people don't have proper avenues for disagreement, but I'll let all of your imaginations run wild. Since that's what you've let your citizens to deal with, we have to let our imaginations run wild by what you might mean by being unwilling to codify what should be simple rules for the First Amendment right to petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ricardo Vargas. You'll have up to 2 minutes, and you'll be followed by Evelyn Pedro.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I speak to you today to ask you that you please vote to pass the original ordinance proposed by Councilmember Bakhtiari that was tabled earlier today to codify the procedure of handling petitions for establishing referendums, with the hopes that the Stop Cop City referendum is put front and center during elections. I echo the sentiments and thoughts of the people that have spoken before me and will speak after me, that the new police training facility that is planned on being built on the Weelaunee Forest, known as Cop City, is a detriment to Atlanta. This facility will lead to unnecessary over-policing of Black and brown communities and will destroy an important green space crucial to the well-being of the ecosystem we inhabit. But even if you do not see or share a perspective right now on this issue, I hope you can see that this particular ordinance is also for the sake of our democratic institutions. All of us present here right now in this meeting, supporting the passage of this ordinance in some level, have a faith that democratic tools for social change can work. But if this important lifeline is cut off, please, please, see that you're cutting off an important means of social change and survival for we the people, which forces everyone, I repeat, everyone, down to more precarious roads. We have already seen the effects. An article that has been circulating mentions that activist damage to property has increased the cost of this project. Speaking very crudely, this does not look good to taxpayers who put you there where you sit right now. This is only the beginning, and I'm afraid things can only get worse. But we can correct our path with crucial steps, starting with the passage of the original ordinance. eliminate the unnecessary bureaucratic red tape complicating this process, give voice to the people of Atlanta, and validate the faith and hope in all of us that our democracy can work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Evelyn Pedro, followed by Priscilla Smith. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. My name is Evelyn Pedro, and I am with Poder Latinx. And I live in Atlanta, home to rich culture, civil rights leaders, and a massive green lung known as the South River Forest. But our life in Atlanta has now been defined by floods, poor air quality, and hotter summers. The construction of Cop City only adds to the existing environmental harm, as it will likely lead to extensive ecosystem disruption and biodiversity loss. Urban development often involves clearing natural habitats, leading to the displacement or even extinction of local plants and animal species. The destruction of ecosystems not only harms the delicate balance of nature, but it overall diminishes the resilience of the environment to climate change and other external pressures. This also leads to increased pollution and carbon footprint. Urban developments typically bring elevated levels of air pollution and air quality. Due to construction activities, increased traffic, and energy consumption, this not only poses an immediate health threat to residents, but exacerbates the global challenge of climate change. Moreover, large-scale construction projects like Cop City can lead to the depletion and degradation of water resources in the area. Increased impervious surfaces like roads and buildings can disrupt natural water cycles, leading to problems like flooding and decreased water recharge. But I'm sure you all already knew that, clearly, because you're voting on it. Additionally, the runoff from construction sites may introduce pollutants into local water sources, affecting water quality. In conclusion, I urge you, Atlanta City Council, to carefully reconsider the implications of the proposed Cop City construction. The potential environmental harm and health risks and economic burdens on our already vulnerable community cannot be overlooked. This proposed referendum legislation is a vital stride to listen to the collective votes of the residents that you represent. We voted for you, yet you failed to listen to our voices. So we're asking you for once to listen to our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Priscilla Smith, followed by Leslie Palomino. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Nice hats in the City Hall today. I'm Priscilla Smith. I was born at Emory Hospital, which used to be an unincorporated DeKalb County. I've lived in the city of Atlanta for, I can't remember how long. I own a house in Edgewood and have for over 20 years. I currently reside in Kennesaw. So excuse me, did I get turned off? So you may consider me an outsider. Speaking of outsiders, I have a personal connection to a congressperson who wants to address you. I'm Ms. Katie Porter. I'm appearing for Ms. Smith. Would you be interested in a 21% reduction in crime? And you don't have to tell me. I know you would. 21%. All right. Back in 2011, there was a report from the mayor's office that we were able to cut down on crime 21% in 2011 based on previous years, and it cost about 110. It cost about 1.1. Wait, that's it. 1.1 million. That's a lot less than 110, or a lot less than 90. So you want to know how we did this? Apparently, it looks like there were community programs in place with some support from the federal government. And so I want you to look into that. What happened in 2011? I also want to say that you are wasting enormous resources that the Stop Cop City movement, all of the component parts, should get the Phoenix Award. These people are doing it because they love their city, they love their community, they believe that trees and stopping the militarization of police, that we're seeing what's happening in the direct neighborhood, all of this has got to stop. It's been a pleasure. I know you've enjoyed me.
Next will be Leslie Palomino, followed by Tim Franzen. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Palomino. I am the program coordinator at Poder Latinx. We are a civic and social justice organization that organizes in Metro Atlanta counties. I come before you today to express our support for the original establishing legislation for a fair referendum process in Atlanta, because it is a fundamental step toward empowering the community and to listen to the over 116,000 Atlanta voters who signed the petition. Allowing residents to participate in the decision-making process ensures that their voices are heard, fostering a sense of agency and democratic participation. Cop City is a $109 million police training facility that will have a considerable and direct environmental impact with the destruction of acres of canopy with the polluting the communities who live around it. A referendum provides an opportunity for the community to express their concerns about the environmental implications of Cop City. The opportunities that referendum provides goes beyond the environmental aspect. The health risks associated with the construction of Cop City, particularly the vulnerable populations, deserve careful consideration. This input is crucial for the council to make informed decisions that prioritize the well-being of the community. And there is also the opportunity to addressing racial bias and social justice. A referendum serves as a platform for the community to collectively address these concerns and highlight the potential discriminatory impacts on Black and Brown communities. By involving residents in the decision-making process, the legislation can contribute to dismantling systemic biases and promoting equality in urban development projects. It is imperative that you heed the voices of your constituents, the residents of Georgia, and particularly those from the district surrounding the forest, including the Black and Brown communities. Now is the time to take decisive action and demonstrate your commitment to representing the people who elected you. Let this be a clear and equivocal statement that you prioritize the well-being and democratic rights of the people you serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tim Franzen, followed by Gabriel Sanchez. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. We got to stop meeting this way. You know, I was cool to see the 50th anniversary of the MPU. You know, the MPU was originally started to democratize neighborhoods, right, Council folks? And to more deeply democratize the way that neighborhoods are developed. I'm really proud to see MPU Z up there because they are part of the People's Campaign to Stop Cop City. And today I'm not here to talk about what I don't like about the project. The fact is I don't get to decide the path forward on this as an individual. In fact, y'all know nobody individually does. But it is y'all's obligation. I mean, it solidly is on your shoulders the way that we deal with this referendum. I mean, it is y'all's job. It's not the mayor's job. The clerk don't work for y'all. It is not the mayor's job to come up with a procedure, as I know he's trying to have his fingers in on this. It's not the law department's job to make political arguments and masquerade them as legal opinions either. And so this rests on y'all's shoulders, the healing of the city, the confidence in the democratic process. It's not the mayor's job. It's y'all's job. And I commend Councilperson Bakhtiari's legislation, and it's been picked apart. And I hope that y'all aren't looking for direction from the mayor on this. It's not his job, it's y'all's job. So y'all have the power to heal this broken city, and you are absolved over your decision on whether you support Cop City or not. Now it's time to what? Let the people decide, right? So let's come back here in 2 weeks and do this, y'all, because we're snuffing out a nonviolent political solution to this. We're snuffing it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Gabriel Sanchez. You'll have up to 8 minutes to yield to time, and then Temperance B will follow you. So you have up to 8 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm surprised I have so much time, but my name is Gabriel Sanchez. I am a candidate for State House District 42, running as a Democrat. And I am here today because even though I currently don't live in the city of Atlanta, I did live in the city of Atlanta for 7 years, including when this Cop City lease was first initially made. And I have been since then organizing in my communities. I used to live in District 4 and District 1.
Mr. Sanchez, I just remind you, you can't make candidate speeches in public comment. You can only speak to yourself as an individual.
Yes, I'm speaking as an individual
Thank
today.
you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm speaking as someone who loves Atlanta and the community here. And clearly the community is telling you something and has been telling you something for many years now about this facility. And something that I think we need to remember here is that we do have democracy on the line in this election year in 2024. And yet here you are committing the same voter suppression tactics that we see from the majority over at the state capitol do all the time. And for people who claim to want to help support voters, it seems like you only do that when it's convenient for you, instead of actually being principled on the matter and making sure that every voter has the right to have a say in the matters. We have done the work. We have submitted the signatures, and we have done everything as it was stated in the code, even though it was very vague. But one thing that wasn't vague about the code was that it said you had 50 days to count the signatures, and here we are, over 120 days later, nothing. This is a disgrace. Like, I'll understand how y'all can call yourselves elected officials if you're not doing anything to represent the people. This is a very controversial issue. Clearly, we need to have a vote on this issue because you all are not representing it. A 10-4 vote does not represent the will of the people, considering what the polling has shown consistently about this issue. Y'all could be spending these $67 million of taxpayer money on the affordable housing project y'all just started. Or how about rebuilding infrastructure, like this administration has been focused on, supposedly? Or filling the giant hole that Wellstar left when they abandoned the city of Atlanta and left all of these people without access to health care. But instead, you're focusing your efforts on a training facility that so many people in the community have said for so long that they do not want. And somehow, y'all are still pushing for it. An AJC poll already showed that 80% of voters oppose limiting referendums, but that's exactly what you're doing here today. By not letting this referendum go through, oh, we gotta wait for the courts. Oh, we gotta wait for the legislature to see what they do. The legislature, last time I checked, doesn't do the laws for the city of Atlanta. Yes, they can do overarching laws, but they don't control you, do they? Do you have your own power? Are you able to do your own thing? Or do you have to give excuses and say, oh, the courts, oh, the legislature, oh, the mayor? No, you all have power. You are city council members. You have the power to do something about this, and yet you're letting yourselves just be passive and be like, well, we have nothing to do about this. That's just a complete lie. You do, and you can, but you're choosing not to because you, instead of representing the people, are representing your corporate donors and the corporations supporting Atlanta Police Foundation instead of the people of the city of Atlanta. That is not leadership. That is not democracy. That is called corruption, my friends. So, what do you think is going to happen? We're out here, so many people in this room have worked in the community for so long to try to get people out to vote, to try to get people involved in civic engagement, supposedly goals that you all want too. And yet, you're doing everything in your power to make people feel like they have no power because you're ignoring us. You're ignoring our will. That's not how you build a good democracy. What we need, if you want to have people civically engaged, if you want people to vote, then you have to listen to them as representatives. You are putting so much on the line. You're putting an election, this 2024 election on the line, you're putting democracy on the line, and probably the most important thing for some of you, you're putting your jobs on the line. And for what? This training facility is so unnecessary. It's bloated budget, incredibly expensive, keeps going up every year. I'm sure it's going to keep going up. And it's incredibly disruptive to our communities and to our environment. We do not need this. And the city of Atlanta people are telling you so. There are definitely ways to solve this without having to build this insanely crazy fake city in a forest, tearing down a forest to do it. Our communities need housing, healthcare, improved funding for education, and much more equitable funding for education, true public safety. And what that means is investing resources into the community. That's how you provide public safety. Not more cops, not a $190 million training facility. So I beg you, please, we need to codify this process for a resolution. If you truly believe in democracy, then you will support Councilwoman Bakhtiari's resolution without any amendments. And I do want to thank the city council members who did vote against the extra funding. We really appreciate it, but what we need more is for you to continue to advocate. And yes, the vote is important, but we also need you to be there with us to fight for it with your colleagues. Because we're out here, we can only do so much. We need you all to be in there to actually make this work. So I beg of you, please, please, you are tarnishing the legacy of Atlanta with this nonsense. It's already been tarnished pretty badly. And supposedly y'all wanted to make it better, but so far you're doing a pretty bad job at it. So I would recommend you fix that. And the first step is to pass Councilwoman Bakhtiari's resolution and immediately start counting signatures. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Temperance. Next will be Temperance B. I can't quite read the last name. And then next will be Paul White. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Yeah, I hope you're having a good day. Kind of, well, okay, not you, not Westmoreland, and not Shook, because y'all did the thing with the, like, shoom, you know, trying to send in the substitution. What was that about? That was so uncool. Like, you know, it's kind of embarrassing. You could have literally just, like, talked it out in all the time that you had before it was brought up. I don't know, like, this is your job. It's not like some freaking like reality show with like sabotages and espionage, you know? And if it was, then you should do a little bit more above board so like we can watch also, because like, and also fix the lighting, you know? Like, I'm just saying, like, do you not even like your job? You probably get paid like a lot, you know? So like, I feel like you should probably respect your job a little more. Like, it can't even be that hard, right? It can't be that hard. You don't even have to decide on that many things because like you have constituents and your whole job is to listen to them. So it's like, you know, like, I mean, you have power obviously because you're sitting in like the big fancy chairs. So obviously power, but like, you don't have to like, you know, the power is like, you know, the power to like listen to people, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you could be doing a little bit. I think you could do a little bit more. I don't know. And I want to know, like, is it like, because you're not like saying why you want the police facility so bad. Like, why do you want it? Most people don't. So why do you? Like, I haven't heard anybody. I have not heard a single person give me a good reason why it should be built. Are they threatening you with their guns? Like,
time has expired.
Like, for real.
Next will be Paul White, followed by Kelsey Bond. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, Alex Wan and Matt Westmoreland. My name is Paul White. I'm a medical doctor and a resident of the Brookwood Hills neighborhood and speaking out against the ordinance waiver 1660. Granting this ordinance waiver would allow 2 homes to be built and squeezed onto what is currently a 1-house lot. The issue with granting this particular waiver is that the City Council and Alex Wan have been misled. This does not have the full neighborhood support. The Brookwood Hills Board is not elected by the neighborhood, but solely by themselves. The Brookwood Hills Board does not circulate meeting agendas in advance of their board meetings. and they do not keep accurate minutes. Members of the Brookwood Hills have vocalized concerns, but they have continued to be ignored. There are residents of Brookwood Hills in PUE that are not members of the Brookwood Hills Pool and Tennis Club and have no access to the board members as they are not elected or a civic association. Brookwood Hills Board is not representative of the entire neighborhood or in PUE division. Kevin Kleinhelter, the potential builder for 177 Huntington Road, also sits on the Brookwood Hills Board. Kleinhelter has been under contract for 177 Huntington Road since August 2023. The ordinance was voted on by the Brookwood Hills Board in November 2023. Even though he recused himself, he misled the board by stating he was only the builder and failed to disclose he was also under contract. The ordinance was never listed on a board agenda that was circulated to Brookwood Hills members in advance, so not a single neighbor was made aware that a vote was taking place. The issue with granting this particular waiver...
Mr. White? Yeah, right here.
Oh.
You can comment on the neighborhood. You can't comment on zoning matters of town council.
Further, this sets a bad precedence for other builders to build multiple homes on one lot. I'm asking on behalf of many Brookwood Hills neighbors, and we strongly oppose granting an ordinance waiver for the 177 Huntington property. We are asking Alex Wan and Matt Westmoreland to do the same. Kevin, you're an amazing builder. Build one beautiful home on this lot like you do best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kelsey Bond, followed by John Harris. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelsey Bond. I am an organizer with the Democratic Socialists of America and a member of the United Campus Workers of Georgia, CWA Local 3265. I'm also a lifelong resident of Atlanta and a resident in District 2, Virginia Highlands. I talked to some of you on stage about over 2 years ago about my feelings regarding Cop City, and it's frankly embarrassing that we're all still here in this room today, many of the same people and many, many more new people here to build support against this project. During those initial months, after which the resolution was originally proposed by the now ousted City Council member Joyce Shepard, I helped lead over a dozen canvasses to knock doors and speak with thousands of Atlanta and DeKalb County residents about the city's plans. During this time, not a single person I spoke with supported Cop City. And during that period, organizers gathered thousands of signatures in support of stopping this project, and Atlanta residents left over 17 hours of public comment. And still, despite these huge outcries, City Council did not listen. Instead of listening, you crammed propaganda down our throats and actively constrained working people's ability to make public comment and actively blocked opportunities for meaningful community decision and dissent. Following that vote, public support of Cop City Stop Cop City has grown across the nation and the world. All over the country, you hear rallying cries to stop Cop City because it's been made clear that this could happen anywhere. I'm a democratic socialist because I believe democracy should be expanded into all spheres of life: the ballot box, the home, and the workplace. This botched referendum process makes it abundantly clear that Atlanta is not a democracy. You all have time and time again gaslit voters into thinking a democratic process to approve this project is out of your hands. And it's not. You're the city council. We elected you. Please do your job. The people...
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be John Harris, followed by Nate Knopf. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Council President, before I begin, am I able to deliver these as well?
Sure.
I'd like
Come down and
to
grab them.
deliver these to the members who are not on the Committee on Council by preference, because the Committee on Council already received copies. There should be 5 or 6, I believe.
You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I spoke with Mayor Dickens in person, and his words preempted the conclusion of this unfinished and in many ways not yet started referendum process. Councilors, do not abdicate your responsibility to complete the referendum process your clerk approved because this bully of a mayor has an agenda. I'd now like to address the council members as best I can. My Councilmember Amos and Councilmember Winston, thank you for your comments in the Committee on Council. You pushed understandable concerns, but you've had time to review this legislation. Let's get this done. Council members Waits, Dozier, Lewis, and Bakhtiari, thank you for your past actions in support of this movement. Councilmember Bakhtiari's legislation is clear and reviewed by experts. Let's get this done. Councilmember Shook, I'm sorry you got left out in the cold by the mayor. Siding with democracy may win you more allies than you realize. Council members Farokhi, Wan, and Bond, you've been on the record saying you like rules. We got some good rules. Let's get this done. Council members Boone and Overstreet, your voters are such an important part of this city. Don't you think they should be given a fair process to make their voices heard? Council members Hillis and Norwood, you're not even the folks I have the most ire for today. Enjoy your gilded towers. Council members Shipman, it's been real, huh? Aren't you ready for this to be done? And Councilmember Westmoreland, thank you for finally taking off your mask and revealing what kind of fake progressive you are by carrying water for the mayor and these corporations. Shame on whoever thought it would be possible to substitute language under an author who has never seen it before. I'm a researcher, and that would be considered plagiarism liable to end someone's career. But I guess that unethical action is just business as usual for this executive administration. To all of you, resist. You will win active organizers and allies to your cause. You are leaving the working people of Atlanta in the dust in favor of corporations. The people will be heard one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Nate Knopf. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time, and following you will be Matthew Nursey.
Hey, my name is Nate Kunoff. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta in District 2. I've lived here for 7 years, but my family's from Savannah, so that makes me an outside agitator. I'm a super voter, and last time my city council member in District 2 ran unopposed, so I abstained in that race, but not the other ones. And next time around, I don't think there's going to be so many unopposed elections. I'm here with the Stop Cop City movement and with the Atlanta Democratic Socialists because I believe Atlanta should be a democracy. What does democracy mean to you? It's not an ordinance or a set of rules. Democracy is about popular power. It's the idea that ordinary people have the intelligence and the instinct to know their own interests, that we should have a real voice and agency over what our society does. It's the idea that we, the people, are supreme. Not kings, lords, elites, not millionaires or corporations, and certainly not the mayor or the law department. This council has been completely fixated on rules instead of reality. The reality that 100,000 residents have called for a referendum on Cop City. And instead of grappling with that political reality, you've been trying to lawyer your way out of it for months. Democracy also means accepting that you won't get what you want 100% of the time. That's something the city council seems to have a problem understanding. I know you all like to think of yourselves as winners and top dogs, but you can't win every vote or win every election. The entire spirit and purpose of having a referendum process in the city charter is so when council takes an action that's unpopular, the people have the right to revisit and rescind the decision. So think for yourself for a minute. Can you honestly describe Cop City as a popular thing? It's not. And who decides what is and isn't popular? The people decide what's popular. That's what popular means. So how can you tell what the people want? You do it with a vote, with the referendum on Cop City. Democracy is also about majority rule. It means that all people are equal and are entitled to equal representation, according to the principle of one person, one vote, not $1, one vote. The majority of Atlantans are not city council members, they're not lobbyists or donors or business owners, they're not on the boards of the Police Foundation or the Atlanta Committee for Progress or the Chamber of Commerce. The majority of Atlantans are workers, they're renters, they're parents and neighbors, and ordinary hardworking people. And they're finding it more and more difficult to get by, to pay the bills that are getting higher and higher, to evade harassment by a brutally violent police force and surveillance state. The majority of people want a lot of things, and it's actually very obvious what they want. They want universal health care, higher wages, safe housing, more public transit, fully funded schools. When we had all that smoke from those forest fires in Canada, ordinary people noticed that, and they didn't like it. So they really don't like it when you chop down trees. To me and to many other people who are not city council members, it's very simple and straightforward to understand why these opinions come so naturally to people. But when you're a city council member, you don't spend a lot of time with ordinary people. You're on call time, you're going to galas, you're talking to all these boards and bosses and donors and lobbyists. So it makes sense most of you would not actually understand what ordinary people want. So if you'd like to take some kind of structured scientific approach to break out, engage public opinion, there's one very simple and convenient thing for you to do, and that's to put Cop City on the ballot for a public referendum. And I want to explain this carefully because during the committee meeting earlier today, a lot of you council members kept saying you're confused, you're not ready, you want to abstain, you need a little bit more time to think about it. So I want to talk through this to clear up any confusion. Back in February, me and a couple other folks came up with this crazy idea about putting Cop City on the ballot. So I went to the city website and I looked at the city charter and I hit Control F and I searched referendum in the city charter. And when you know, I found this section in the city charter that describes a referendum process, and I can read it. The council shall by ordinance prescribe procedures to govern the initiation, adoption, and repeal of ordinances by the electorate. And the council shall authorize an initiative or referendum, election, or petition on petition of at least 15% of registered voters. So today you talked a lot about liability, but the city charter actually says that the council shall, not may, shall prescribe procedures to govern ballot initiatives. And when we looked this up as citizens a year ago, we looked for these ordinances, we looked for city rules and the criteria for what signatures would be accepted, how they'd be counted, the timeline, all sorts of things that we could not find. We couldn't find them because you violated the city charter by not having prescribed any process for referendums, even though the charter compels you to do so. So why didn't you ever do this? Because your lives as corrupt politicians are so far removed from ordinary people that you never even thought this was possible. You never even considered that people might want to be directly involved in government. And you never tried to involve people in that way. Because you're not concerned with democracy or popular power or civic participation. You're concerned with serving the rich and powerful elites who actually control the city, the people who dictate how you're allowed to vote. So here's the next part of the law. The council shall be authorized to submit to the qualified voters of the city at any election not called for the purpose of putting said ordinance or resolution before the voters, any ordinance or resolution which it may deem proper. So let's dispel the confusion and stop telling lies. The city charter allows city council to put any ordinance or resolution up for a vote at any existing election. If you wanted to, someone could submit a resolution today, say it called Resolution that Cop City is a bad idea, and put it up for a referendum. You don't need a petition to do it. You can do whatever you want. You've always had the power to do this. You don't need any special process. You can let people vote. You've always had that power. You just don't want people to vote. So be honest about it and tell the truth that you don't want people to vote.
Next will be Matthew Nursey, followed by Oscar Trevino. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Matthew Nursey, Atlanta DSA, resident of District 5. The legislation put forth by Councilmember Bakhtiari is about one thing: direct democracy. As a democratic socialist, I believe in democracy at the ballot box and expanded into the workplace. We should always seek to expand democracy when presented the opportunity, not suppress it. The question at hand is, are we going to have a codified and transparent process for referenda and ballot initiative? Referendums are as American as apple pie. Why are you so against counting these signatures in a fair and timely manner? If the mayor plans on spending 2024 whipping voter support for the Democrats and Joe Biden, it might behoove him to not act like a Republican. Democrats, I'm so told, are the keepers of the flame of democracy, while the GOP is the most pressing threat to our institutions since the Civil War. It seems like only the second part of that statement is true. Perhaps the mayor has been spending too much time with Brian Kemp, but regardless, you may not want to make the mistake of succumbing to his pressure. This is in a state where in 2020 the election was decided by less than 12,000 votes. Public perception is already against him, and by association, against the council as well. There is still time to save your seats and maybe even save Georgia. Side with democracy, side with the 116,000 signatures and signatories and countless volunteers who took part in this historic endeavor in wretched heat and humidity so that this city and possibly this state may have a codified process to challenge their government. Support without amendment. And also, say no to apartheid, say no to our city coaching the IDF or Israeli police, and free Palestine.
Thank you. Next will be Oscar Trevino, followed by Monica Johnson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Oscar Trevino, community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. So, kind of nervous, but Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari introduced and has the support of hundreds of people for Ordinance 34482. And it's really about protecting the public's right for a direct democracy. The city of Atlanta has never had a referendum of this level put on the ballot. And the results it has people in confusion, frustration, and has drawn out a legal fight over the petition process. This ordinance brings hope that the city will hear more than 116,000 people, the people who have worked for this referendum, who have worked for this coalitions, organizations, and individuals who want to stop Cop City. The people to this day have been ignored of what we want. We have came here and had more than hundreds of hours, more than 1,000 people come out here and give public comment, but y'all still don't give us what we want. Disregarding the voices and the votes of the people, especially when it's politically inconvenient, undermines the trust and harms democracy. We demand that all of you stand up for the people and stand up on a position. The approval and the passing of this ordinance will ensure that the city's process is clear, is honest, and errs on the side of democracy, and it protects on constituency and upholds the voice of the public. We want you to stop Cop City. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, we're gonna shut it down. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Monica Johnson, followed by Nora Bonner. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm here to tell you some things you probably already know. My name is Monica Johnson. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. There have been many, many, many organizations involved in the fight to stop Cop City. And I think you all have to consider one thing in particular as to what position you want to occupy in history. We know that the millions of people across the nation, across the world have seen the actions being taken by the city and know that they go against the will of the people. And we also see that Atlanta for years has been one of the cities with the highest income inequality in the nation. And so it seems that the Atlanta City Council is not concerned with fixing the issues that face the people of Atlanta, is not concerned with the housing, the flooding, the food cost, the police brutality. It's concerned with making sure that the wealthy business havers, owners, developers get what they want. And so when we live in a city where we constantly give lip service to civil rights movement, I saw a lot of issues in the agenda about funding minority-owned businesses and things of that nature. Those things are not a substitute for actual liberation. And I think that we don't think that our liberation is going to be bound up in what the city council does, but I do want you all to consider how obsolete you may become and how in the dustbins of history there will be just another set of city councils who did what the developers wanted and not what the people wanted. And when the people do come together and build a movement that cannot be stopped, that cannot be repressed, then there will be nothing for you all to do except to reflect. And I hope that your salaries will comfort you in that time.
Thank you. Next will be Nora Bonner. You'll have up to 2 minutes, and following that will be Henry Jordan.
Thank you so much. I'm Nora Bonner. My students call me Dr. Bonner, and I am really thrilled to be here on behalf of them. I am teaching over 100 students at Georgia State University right now. I've also taught students at Emory, and I've also taught Clark Atlanta, and also I teach at Lee Arundel State Prison through Life University's bachelor program. Are you actually on the phone? That is amazing. I would never let you do that if you were in my class. Basically, I canceled class today to show them what democracy looks like, and this is what I get to show them. Thank you so much for making my class really interesting on Wednesday. It's going to be a blast. We're going to talk about how you gave us the same message today that Dr. King got when he wrote this letter from jail, which we actually read, did we not? last week. So, you know, the just wait a little bit message. Remember that one? Did you ever read that? It's really good. It's really good. I would read it to you, but I only have 53 seconds. My students and I, we learn how to write for college, but we also just sit and talk about the Atlanta that we want. And you know, it's pretty typical. We want to be safe. We don't want to live in RoboCop. We want to be able to sit on our porches and grab a peach and have people over for dinner, you know, the kinds of things. But I have to tell them that I used to live in Atlanta and I was involved in this campaign, but I don't anymore because I had to move to unincorporated DeKalb, where I can't even vote on this because I can't afford to live in Atlanta. But I'm still encouraging them that this can be possible, that they can live in a democracy and they can have their own porch in Atlanta. We don't want to live in RoboCop. We don't want to live in Cop City. We want to live in a democracy. So please help me direct my students to an Atlanta that is democratic. Trust me, they are amazing. And we want my students to help you build democracy. Don't force my students to leave Atlanta because I have found somewhere else that is more cool and is also a democracy. Thank you. Also affordable, you know. Thank you very much.
Next will be Henry Jordan, followed by Kameli Alejo.
Mr. President, can we fix the microphone?
Can you repeat that?
Henry Jordan, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give now to the Spirit of God, to everyone that's here. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come. Romans 8, chapter 38, verse. We cannot be separated from God's love because it is set forth in a person who is God himself, Jesus Christ, our Savior. James, if you reject the love of Christ by your deeds. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. For it is written, he taketh the wise in their own craftiness. 1 Corinthians 3, chapter 19, verse. Man is too limited in knowledge to speak, to approach or understand such a God. Jesus' gift is given to work, honor, and control by him, not by me or you. And it came to pass when Moses held up his hand, then Israel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. Exodus 17, chapter 11, verse. Faith is people acting in accordance with God's known purpose. Jesus gave the people evidence that you will fight for me. A little that a righteous man has is better than the riches of many wicked. Psalm 37, chapter 16, verse. Righteous men means good. Wicked means evil. When you do good, it will bless you, God, and other people. And when you do evil, it will curse you, others, and displease Jesus. We live it on God's time. It's what we owe him. I see that democracy is being abused, but the Cop City, you're not working it right, but Christ, you work it Christ's way, and then things can be resolved. But you don't seek to work that way because your authority is not greater than Christ's authority. Christ sees ahead, and we want what Christ has for us. I know I do.
Thank you. Next will be Kameli Alejo, followed by William King, I believe. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm here today to urge the council to pass the ordinance to establish a fair referendum process. I know each of you sitting in front of me know what you're doing to the land and people of Atlanta. I saw and heard the doctors, lawyers, mothers, students, children, elders, and city workers tell you why and how much we do not want Cop City built. This project stands to create a playground for the Atlanta Police Department at the expense of the health and safety of the people in the city you are meant to serve. We are in a climate crisis. 2023 research from the International Panel on Climate Change, a panel of scientists from around the world, shows us that there is, quote, there is a rapidly narrowing window of opportunity to enable climate resilient development, end quote. The construction of this cop city is a clear example of ecosystem degradation. The demolition of the Wolani Forest began before the referendum votes were counted and before the council even voted to establish a referendum process. Decisions like this have and will continue to lead to issues like rising waters, polluted groundwater, harmful levels of UV radiation, nutrient poor and or contaminated soils. We don't even know all of the possible effects of climate change. We will have stronger and more dangerous storms, and you are tearing down one of Atlanta's ecological strongholds, Wolani, which keeps us safe. You have already created a flooding hazard and degraded the air quality in South Fulton with the reckless way you treat the earth. You have stolen a safe and beautiful place in the city. I hope one day your soul realizes you make this world a more dangerous place with more guns, tanks, and violence instead of forest and the action and will of the people trying desperately to survive in the city. Wolani is older than you, it's older than your parents. Wolani is a place you don't know anything about. The soil, rich and alive, filters our polluted water. The trees, old and tall, provide oxygen and shade. The quiet paths provide peace in a loud city. I feel bad for you. In your eyes, these things have little to no value. For you, this is work or a deal. To the people of Atlanta, this is our livelihood and our peace.
Thank you. Next will be William King, followed by Evan Matthews. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Yeah, did the papers get passed out, Mary? Okay, no. Looks like this.
We'll pass those out right now.
Okay. This is the most information I could get on one piece of paper. I didn't realize I was coming into this particular storm when I got here. I just kind of wanted to talk to you guys. What I've done here is I've put as much information as I can on one piece of paper. On this side, I list all the things that politicians talk about. And then in the middle column, I list what God says to do about them. And over on the end, I give the scripture quote of where they come from. So God's social security system is honor your father and mother and take care of them when they get old. That's what he told us to do. Jesus accused the Pharisees of saying you can say it as Korban and give a gift to the temple and not take care of your parents. But that's violating the 5th commandment. God's welfare system is work and eat your own bread, take care of your family. If you got 2 coats and see somebody without one, give them one. But if you don't work, you shouldn't eat. Now, the education system is teach God's word diligently to your children. They said if we had public education, the kids would all learn how to read, and in the original Washington, D.C. school system, the only textbook was the Bible. When they added the hymnal, they thought they were watering down the curriculum. Health program, call for the elders to anoint you with oil and pray in the name of the Lord. And you'll be healed. And it says, owe no man anything except to love him, yet the richest country in the world is $34 trillion in debt. Why is that? Who wants to bankrupt the country? If you look at the back, you'll see a collage of places where the beast has put the number 666. Here you see the earliest imports I can find from China were rich men's dress shirts with this label on it. Here you see the beast with 2 horns that looks like a lamb and speaks like a dragon. That's on Italian shoes. The Pope just decided that gay marriage was a good idea. Here you see the Trilateral Commission. 19 of their 68 original American members became the Carter administration. Here you see the torch being passed from 451 Fahrenheit, where they burned all the books, to 666. This is the Pentagon's Defense Management Journal and the first issue to come out after the hostages were captured in Iran. They didn't defend the American embassy. First place I saw it was in the logo of the Montreal Olympics. You see the 3 loops up over the 3 circles. Here you see Anwar Sadat's largest warship opening the Suez Canal after the Yom Kippur War with 3 6s on the side of it. Here you see the American Eagle postal symbol. And the star of the show is Google Chrome. The one you deal most with probably is the U.S. Department of Transportation. They want everybody riding around in electric cars they can keep track of, and they're creating this thing that you just probably approved of, the whole thing going around the mall out there and coming down into Summerhill, where people ride around in little pods and they know where they are all the time. The original instructions for individual retirement accounts, enter 6661 for a premature dispersal, 662 for a rollover, 663 for a disability. The barcodes on the groceries, you'll notice that each barcode has two thin lines above it. That's the symbol for a 6. The 6s here are random chance, but the 6 at the beginning, the middle, and the end are in every barcode. That's not random chance. And the World Future Society, Alvin Toffler and all those guys telling you how wonderful it's going to be when in the New World Order. Okay, so you got two choices. It's only two teams, God and Satan, and you got to sort it out. The United Nations has this Agenda 21 that they've got you
Time has
doing.
expired.
And, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll talk again later.
Next is Evan Matthews, followed by Rachel Maddox. You have up to 2 minutes.
Right on. We come out when it's 105 degrees and we come out when it's 25 degrees, huh? Yes. I know that. Evan Matthews, fourth generation Atlantan. My great-grandparents' ashes are scattered throughout every single one of y'all's district. Councilmember Bond, you always make the best eye contact, and I must appreciate you for that. Right on. So I want to talk about democracy, right? Democracy has been used to colonize. Democracy has been used to decolonize. Democracy has been used to incentivize nonviolent direct action. Democracy has been used to criminalize nonviolent direct action. There's a chant folks say in the streets. They say, this is what democracy looks like, right? That's what we say. We could be talking about us, and we could be talking about the police on the other side of the line, and we could both be right. So I want to go through a couple aspects of democracy here that have been violated, and I want to talk a little bit about the context, right? So the first is the disenfranchisement of unincorporated voters in DeKalb County. The second is the use of widely criticized voter suppression tools like signature match. The third is the overreach of the executive branch into legislative affairs. The fourth is the overreach of the executive branch into judicial affairs. The fifth is the criminalization of nonviolent protests and of freedom of the assembly. Now, what I want to talk about is the role that direct democracy plays in representative democracy. Now, we talk a lot about voter apathy, voter disengagement, voter disillusionment, but what we've seen is that representative democracy can be weaponized to not disillusion voters, but to disenfranchise voters. And so what I'm asking you to do is to see the role that direct democracy can play to check that balance. And we're going to need to check that balance. Because if you don't think, if Donald Trump gets elected in 2024, that he will use direct signature match, that we won't need every single tool in our tool belt to be able to protect the city of Atlanta, protect abortion rights, protect our health care, then you're a fool. So what we're asking is for you to see the ways in which we're going to need direct democracy in the future, and to pass Councilmember Bakhtiari's ordinance without amendment, and to pass it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Rachel Maddox, followed by Maisie Thompson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
This body plays far too many games with the democratic process, and you're playing with the fire of the burning down house that MLK warned us about. Because for all of the strides towards progress that this country has made, the ideal of America, of democracy and prosperity, has constantly been embattled. And while I understand that the majority of you find the subject of the historic Cop City referendum unprofound, unlike over 100,000 of your constituents, weaponization of the court and putting the referendum process itself on trial in order to fulfill the mayoral administration's political goals effectively bypasses democracy. I understand that the mayor thought it prudent to keep in Buckhead's good graces, but what a cost. The fact that you had constituents who cared enough to even attempt to meet the exceedingly high referendum qualifications, close to 60,000 signatures in 60 days, should have been honored regardless of your stance. I'm not sure about the APAB members who voiced their support for the referendum, made up of NPU members who were honored here today, but I, for one, hate to be condescended to. I hate that it happened today in Committee on Council when the committee members who claimed to be favorable to Liliana's original legislation played hot potato and said that they needed more time. Kick the can down the road is a short game. If you were so in favor of getting this thing over with, as the District 1 councilman mentioned, you should have voted it through full council today. Your meetings are 1,000,000 hours. You would have had plenty of time to iron this out before we had to deal with it here. And if you're waiting on the legal counsel that has been provided to this body, talking endlessly in circles about home rule and repeatedly restating the definition of a referendum process, but using different words, and essentially casting a smoke and mirrors over what is your right as legislators to decide, you're going to be waiting on that lady forever, because either y'all are being disingenuous or she is taking you for a long ride in Mayor Dickens' political circus.
Time is expired.
That's enough.
Thank you. Next will be Maisie Thompson, followed by James Johnson. Due to yield time, you have up to 6 minutes.
Hi, my name is Maisie Thompson. I'm an Atlanta-based portrait artist and muralist and director of the Astor Project, which utilizes art and storytelling to rehumanize lives lost to police violence in the state of Georgia. I gotta be honest, I wasn't really sure what to say coming here today, because I found myself driving here thinking I'm about to give public comment on fighting for our right to utilize the exact democratic mechanism that put you in those seats, to use our vote. After the record-breaking June 5th council meeting, where public comment went into the wee hours of the morning and this body voted it through anyway, that was my moment where I was like, wow, okay, I got it wrong what local government was about. I was naive about it. That's how I felt, and I know a lot of people share that. I'm under no illusion that I'm going to change hearts here, but I feel compelled to say, thwarting democracy aside, that there is a human cost to bad policy. There is a human cost to decisions that aren't human-centered. Today marks the 5-year anniversary of the murder of Jimmy Atchison. Thursday, the 18th, marked the 11-year anniversary of the murder of Javis Benjamin. It also marked the 1-year anniversary of Tortuguita. One thing that they all had in common was their hands were up and they were unarmed. That is not lack of training. It's lack of humanity, and humanity being infused into decisions that are made here. There's no new narrative or spin to hide behind when it comes to Cop City. You know we don't want it. You know we're not outsiders. We know this isn't about public safety. Evidence does not support that. And you know that we deserve a say. We know you know that. How you move on this moving forward will just plainly expose where you stand with your community and constituents, or actively working against them, against us. Since I have more time, I want to say really quickly, I met a couple of new friends in the lobby and they were really nervous to give public comment. Same, I'm nervous as hell up here. But thank you. But as an artist, very quickly, I want all of us, including council members, to pay attention to where you are in this room. Design is powerful. This body is elevated, illuminated, and spotlit. And to approach you, I would have to ascend and cross a physical barrier. So I want to say to those of you who are nervous, don't let the layout of this room intimidate you out of speaking, and don't let it confuse the balance of power here. The power is here. Councilman Bond, I got an automatic political or automated political phone call from you the other day. I don't know how, I'm not in your district, I'm in District 2. But it inspired me to close with this quote today. By activist and civil rights leader Julian Bond, voting is foundational to political action. Thank you.
Next will be James Johnson. James Johnson. Next will be Mia Nielsen or Maya Nielsen. Mia Delamar. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, council people. My name is Mia Delamar. Thank you for listening to us today. I'm from Georgia Conservation Voters. I'm senior organizer over there. If you all would just welcome me for about 15 seconds and close your eyes to the moment that you decided that you wanted to help people. The moment in which you were just like me, maybe you cared about a cause or you wanted to make a difference in your community, for your people, for your culture, if you're Black or Latino or whichever, where you said, I want to run for public office, or I'm okay to be appointed to a higher position. Whether you stand behind stopping Cop City or not, 116,000 of your constituents decided that it was also their right to vote for something that they wanted in their community, and it's your job to do the right thing. And so we implore you today to vote in favor of Councilwoman Bakhtiari's resolution and put in this process so that 116,000 of your constituents can feel heard, because they elected you in order to be heard and to be the voice of the people. And so when it's time for the people to speak, it's important that you hear them and that you remember your why. So thank you today for taking a moment to remember the why of why you wanted to sit here and why you wanted to be in a position of power. With great power comes incredible responsibility, and heavy is the head that holds the crown. So we thank you today for listening to us, and we hope that you will take the time to hear the people of Atlanta, all 116,000 of them, to let them know that you are listening, whether you agree or not, because all of them signed their names and their addresses to make sure that you would hear them on spending their tax dollars. So whether you agree or not, there should be a petition process, and all the petitions should be counted because their voices matter. Thank you so much and have an awesome day.
Thank you. Next will be Melody Oliphant, followed by Dewan Robinson. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President Shipman and members of the Atlanta City Council, for your willingness to hear my perspective today. My name is Melody Oliphant. I'm a lifelong Georgian. I'm a resident, voter, homeowner, and taxpayer in Southeast Atlanta, where I've lived for the last 6 years, and I'm also the executive director of Georgia Youth Justice Coalition for Action, a youth-led collaborative dedicated to giving young Georgians a seat at the table in our democracy. Last summer, I joined dozens of young Georgians in knocking on doors in 100-degree heat, all advocating for the freedom to live in a community where our families can be safe, our voices can be heard, and our rights can be respected. Unfortunately, it feels like certain politicians are intent to hide behind bureaucracy to try and divide us and scare us into silence by sending militarized police into our communities and suppressing our right to organize and vote on the issues that matter to us. By denying Atlantans a vote on this issue, Council is telling us that our voices and our votes don't matter. This is in a state where the 2020 election was decided by fewer than 12,000 votes. This year, it's more important than ever that people trust that democracy works in Atlanta. Young people are a critical part of the coalition that depends on our democracy to work here in Atlanta, given that Georgia has a larger share of 18 to 24-year-old voters than any battleground state in the country. The legislation before the Committee on Council is about the strength of our democracy and our right to organize for a better Atlanta. At the Georgia Youth Justice Coalition, we believe the job of our elected officials is to listen to the people they represent. I would ask that Councilman Westmoreland, who seems to not be here, and all members of this body listen to the young people of Atlanta and codify a process around ballot referendums in our city before we lose trust in your ability to fairly represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dewan Robinson, followed by Shabam Bashiri. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Afternoon, Council. I would like to take a few seconds of silence for Dexter King. I didn't get the message till later, so I would like to just take a few moments as we just celebrated his father's birthday and losing his son. Thank you. I came down here about 2 months ago before the holiday with a young lady named Miss Jackie that worked in Public Works. And I accused the commissioner of not trying to help her, Mr. Al Wiggins. Through further investigation, Mr. Wiggins did everything in his power to help Miss Jackie, so I would like to sincerely apologize public since I blamed him public. I would also like to thank Mr. Lawrence Davis, the finance director, great hire from the mayor. I was the first graduating class from the police academy. I've taken the police academy, the sheriff course, the fire, and FBI. I'm conflicted when it comes to that because yes, I do believe that we do have a rundown, terrible facility, not only for the police, but for fire, EMT as well. Now, when it comes to the location, I'm not getting into that because I don't know enough about that. However, but what I also want to know is when it comes to training, like the young lady said, I think it's mostly a morale issue because I don't see any white, Latina, Indian. I don't see any of those kids getting killed by cops, only black kids. I don't think that's a training issue. I think it's a morale issue. I've watched police go from 0 to 100 when they're dealing with black folks, but when they deal with white folks, they cuss them out, spit on them, still calm, nobody dies. That's not a training issue. It's not a training issue. I believe in democracy all the way. I believe in letting the people decide, and I think you guys should let the people decide. We shouldn't be worried about where we stand when we're out of office, because let me remind my black city councilmen, Maynard Jackson did everything he could for black contractors. When he got out of office, not one of them rich Negroes helped him. Not one, Mr. Winston Dozier, Mr. Amos, Ms. Boone, Ms. Overstreet, Mr. Bond, Mr. Lewis. Not one came to Maynard Jackson aid, and he helped all of them got rich. Not one of them came to his aid. So you don't owe these people nothing. And to my white counterparts out here, look at the white city councilmen's financial disclosure and see who have endorsed them. Because we all know that there is not enough black wealth and corporations here that will have our city councilmen agreeing to this. I urge you to look at your white city councilmen's financial disclosures and see who are supporting these guys. And that lies your reason why they're voting this way. As a person that believes in democracy, Mr. President, I would like to see where you stand on this. You don't get to vote on it, and you haven't said much, but I would just like for you guys to ask Mr. Shipman where he stand on this. If he had a vote, where would he stand on this? Because it matters. We need to know that because nobody, once again, is above reproach. And we need to know that because I've seen a lot of you guys at the King Parade. We like to take pictures and we like to quote the good doctor. But we do not like to stand in the shoes and walk the walk that the good doctor walked. It's easy to like people and quote it, but where do we stand when it's time? We sit in the chambers of Marvin Arrington Jr., right? We all know that Marvin Arrington Sr., said a thing that the many say that lost him the mere election when he said, meanwhile, when I was in Atlanta, I was being called a nigger. And Mr. Maynard Jackson, you was passing off as white, which was kind of true. Some say he shouldn't have said at that time, But in the context, since he said it, it was true in what he was saying. And we have soon to forget that. We allow people to choose sides and not go for a man who bled Atlanta, born and raised here in Atlanta, should have been the mayor. We allowed to play politics and go over here because he spoke what was true. And I like that my white brothers and sisters in here, my Latinos in here, because guess what? You guys are seeing that it's almost an even white and black council. One of you guys asked the white city councilman, Mr. Dustin Hills, to look you in the eyes, and he did not. So if we're gonna criticize, it have to be across the board, because what Cop City have done have showed you that whites do not care about whites complaining, crying, or none of that, that they don't care about it. And if we're going to have true democracy, then we need to be finding somebody to replace those who we don't like. It's one thing to be complaining about and come down here and call everybody an idiot, but are we gonna put our vote to the ballot? Yes. Are we gonna put our vote to the ballot? Because guess what now? We all know that our vote means more than the dollars that they getting to run them for office. Dollars don't vote, people vote. We gotta hold them accountable and stop playing with them because they don't give a darn about us. And I'm just not saying this Cop City issue. I'm just saying overall in the city of Atlanta, the homelessness issue. So many people are going hungry. My friend come down here every week and talk about rent control. I don't see anybody tell her, hey, my sister, the city can't help you on that. That's a state issue. We got to understand that. We put our nose in the healthcare business when it comes to that medical issue over there with the Wellstar shutting down. That's a county issue. Why don't we walk over there and hold those county commissioners accountable? Mr. Rob Picks, our commissioner. Why don't we hold them accountable? Atlanta is so unique that we got the Gold Dome right there. We got the Twin Towers. We got the school board across the street. We got the municipal court. We got the sheriff's office over here. You know what I'm saying? We got the commissioner's office over here. But none of us talk to each other. That's a damn shame, though. None of us talk to each other. We don't get along with one another overall, but everybody is in this 1 mile radius. No other city have this. No other city have this. And we can get things done, man. Like, we have to always remember, man, the power is in the people. The power is in the people. And I can assure you that if either one of you make a decision based on corporations and all this and the third, you're making the wrong decision. I just gave you an example of a man, Maynard Jackson. Maynard Hallbrook Jackson. Mr. Bond that made many black folks rich in this town and didn't give a darn about this man. He chained himself at the airport and said the airport would not be built unless you give 30% of minority contract to black folks. These same black folks turned their back on him. Turned their back on him, Mr. Lewis. You're born and raised in Atlanta from a community that's like myself. I'm from Bankhead, you from Cleveland Avenue. Ain't no way we getting elected and we going along with the status quo. Ain't no way we going along to get along. Ain't no way. We owe it to the people, man. We owe it. That's all we got. Y'all think y'all don't have to walk around this city when you're not in office? Come on, man. It's not a fun place for Shirley Franklin, man, to, you know what I'm saying, to have to be calculated when she move around. All the former mayors and former city council who can't go amongst the people because they did them wrong. That's not a good way to live your life. Not at all. Not at all. It's not a good way to live your life. It's not. And we owe it to the people, man, for a true voting process. Let it, you know what I'm saying, let it stand. If y'all don't believe the signatures are legit, let the people decide. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but let the people decide this, man. This town belonged to the people, man. There was a time that black cops couldn't even arrest white folks in this town. In the late 60s, Mr. Bunn, I know you know, and Mr. Amos, I know y'all know. Had to go all the way over to the, you know what I'm saying, the YMCA on Bankhead to get changed. Couldn't get dressed with the white cops. Could not arrest white folks. And now, the same organization is asking y'all for more money and more money, you know what I'm saying, to build a facility. Like I say, I do believe our I do believe we need a new facility to be trained in, because that facility is full of mold and mildew, is outdated. I do believe that. But however, I still don't believe that training help racist cops and cops that make bad decisions. Not all white cops, because most of our black kids have been killed by black cops. So it's not even about that. I'm just saying it's a morale thing, man. And we have to check that. And I don't think $100 million spent on a facility will check that. And I'm just saying, man, put the power into the people, because they belong to the people regardless, but let's do, you know what I'm saying, what's right.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Dr. Robertson, this is an easy vote for me. I support what letting the folks vote for it. It's an easy vote for me if this would have came in front of us. So you mentioned my name, that's why I say that.
Yes,
it's an easy vote for me. Easy.
Oh, thank you, Council.
Next will be Shebnam Bashiri, followed by Neil Sardana. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Shabnam Bashiri, and I am a resident of District 2. I'm here in support of the original ordinance presented by Councilmember Bakhtiari. To be honest, though, I had no illusions coming here today about what would play out. Time and time again, the members of this chamber have demonstrated that they will do whatever necessary to undermine democracy and go against the will of the people in order to do the dirty work of Mayor Dickens and the Atlanta Police Foundation. Do y'all realize the implications of your actions? You are demonstrating to an entire generation of Atlantans, many of whom are new to civic engagement, that their voices don't matter, that their representatives don't work for them. The Atlanta way, right out in the open for everyone to see. When I leave here today, I'm actually going to walk right across the street to the state capitol, where your actions there, or specifically lack thereof, have emboldened our right-wing state government to expand their repression of democracy and the right of people to protest their government. The same state that has leveled domestic terrorism and RICO charges against 61 members of this movement. They see that the powers that be here in Atlanta won't lift a finger or raise a peep to protect its residents. The repercussions of your actions will be felt for decades, and we, the people of Atlanta, are the ones that are going to have to suffer the consequences. It's not too late for y'all to change course. As others have said, we're giving you an out, a chance to take the decision out of your hands and give it directly to the people where it should have been in the first place. Pass the ordinance without amendments, start counting the petitions, and let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Neil Sardana, followed by Misty Novich. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Neil Sardana. I'm a resident here in Atlanta, and I'm also here representing Georgia Conservation Voters. We know Atlanta has been known as the birthplace of civil rights, but I think the question before you now is, will you continue to celebrate that history in our city, or will this become the death place of democracy? Will this be the end of civil rights for the people of our community? Because you have been taking every step to block them from being able to vote on this very important issue. And to me, it's very telling that, if you do not trust the public to make this decision, maybe you don't trust the public at all. And the last decision they made was to elect you all here onto this council. So if you don't trust them to make this very important decision, then why should we have any confidence in the previous decision they made to elect you to be here on council? And if you can't trust their decisions, then maybe that means you should resign. Maybe that means you don't belong here because you're not representing the public, that you have absolute contempt for their ideas and values and perspectives and desires of our community. Maybe if you don't want to represent them, you don't belong here to sit here in front of us up high. So I ask that if you do not pass this referendum measure, then please leave us. Please resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Misty Novich, followed by Devin Barrington Ward. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, y'all. Can I yield my time?
Unfortunately, no.
No more yielding time. Okay, cool. Well, my name is Misty, and some of y'all might recognize me. I sent you an email today, actually, as well. I'm from Atlanta. I've lived here on and off almost all my life. And I really, really love the city. I think probably a lot of you love the city too, which is why you're representing the city, right? And I'm more kind of like the posy vibes, right? Of I do believe that you're gonna do the right thing, and I will continue to try to believe that about people in general and about situations. So we know what Councilmember Bakhtiari is putting before us today is to have a process for direct democracy, a referendum. And I know that you all are under a lot of pressure and you have your reasons for, supporting Cop City or obstructing in various ways. And there's a lot of different people that you answer to. And I do understand that. I mean, I can't really understand that, but I do understand that. And I do have compassion for you. And I just want you to know that, But I also believe that you can do the right thing and that you will be recognized heroically if you do, and that there are other ways to get your needs met and to help us meet our needs as well, and for the people that we are here for and that we speak for, who can't be here today because they're working or we haven't organized with them yet. I ask you to pass this resolution today to help us have direct democracy, and then it could be out of your hands. We'll leave you alone, I'm sure you would like that. I have a lot of things to do, I'm skipping work right now, and I don't really have the ability to do that. I mean, I do, but we've all got other things to do, right? And we would like history to remember you and us well today, and so I hope that the Spirit guides you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward, followed by Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Our words have to mean something. Our words have to mean something. Our words have to mean something. We are a city committed to human rights and stand firmly against racial discrimination. We are a voice for the voiceless, and we continue to be a catalyst for change. That's not Dr. King. That's our mayor, Andre Dickens, in front of the United Nations. It's hard for a child born in poverty in Atlanta to break out of poverty than any other city in America, said Matt Westmoreland. How do we build and develop communities on the south side of the city and also make sure that those neighborhoods remain affordable so people don't get displaced, which is always something we've seen in Atlanta over the last few years. Democracy is built on the principle of freedom and equality. And as a nation, we continue to defend the international order of peace. As the cradle of the civil rights movement, our city rightfully knows a place of opportunity and equal rights, and it holds a special place in terms of democratic values. We will always promote this ethos of stability and peace here and abroad. Michael Julian Braun, Jr. These are you all's words. So how do your words align with the actions of not supporting democracy here in the city of Atlanta? How? Your actions speak louder than your words, because your actions will put you more in alignment with the George Wallaces of the world, with the Strom Thurmonds, with the segregationists that abused the democratic process and said, we don't want everybody to vote. How is it any different? You know what would be better? If we had a white mayor, at least we would be able to say this is racist. But because it's a black mayor, he hides under the fact that he is black. And so we can't say that these policies and the ways that he is moving this process is anti-black. It absolutely is. Do you stand for democracy or not? History will judge you all.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next is Margie McLeod, followed by Jay William. You have up to 2 minutes.
I want to wait my minutes to Jody Williams, please, because
sorry,
you can't do one and don't do the other.
We can't,
It's
I'm sorry. We can't, we have the list. We have the list.
It's not going to take that long.
You have 2
I'm not
minutes.
going to,
You
what
have 2
I'm
minutes,
just
Mr.
saying,
Cloud.
I'm just telling you guys, Senate Bill 125, we are having it January 25th at the Capitol, and we inviting everybody here to show up and support Senate Bill 125. And democracy, that's what he was talking about, his repeat itself. But you're a teacher, you don't do that, because you can't do one and don't do another. Children get upset with that, and I'm upset with you.
Next will be Jay William. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jody. And I'm here representing Next of Kin, number 1. And what I want to speak on is homelessness. I want to know, what are you guys going to do about homelessness in Atlanta? I want to talk about a few things that are going on. First, you do the ribbon cutting for 2 Peachtree Street, and you tell the people, the homeless people and the people about to become homeless, that that's your one-stop shop. 2 weeks later, you tell them, no, don't come here. Go to the mayor's constituent services, and they will help you. On last week, I was told that they can't help them. They should go through Gateway, and Gateway will help them. Go sign up at Gateway and come back to the constituent services. Now they're saying, don't go to Gateway. There's no funding at the Gateway. Well, on Friday, I was outside of the Gateway, where they told the people that if you come, that you will be able to get some type of support, some place to stay out of the freezing cold. Remember how cold it was last week. But the people came and they were turned away because Gateway only accepts 20 people per day. This young man was outside waiting for the warming to start at 5 o'clock. So you got to go away and come back at 5 o'clock so that you can get in.
Expired.
And the people was lined up standing outside. One young man had no shoes on and was throwing up for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Your
I
time has
called the
expired.
paramedics. Well, I wanted her time,
I'm
and you let
sorry,
other
the time
people
has
have
expired.
it. You got to be fair with me.
The time has expired.
I
I'm
beg
sorry.
you all to come together in your meeting room. You come together and you
expired.
help these people. I'm begging you all. I'm pleading
Ms.
with
William,
you all.
your time
Help
has
these
expired.
people. They need help.
Next will be Jacob Wilson, followed by Kiana Jones. Jacob Wilson. Kiana Jones. Due to yielded time, you have up to 6 minutes. I'm sorry.
It's all right, thank you.
have
Yeah,
6 minutes.
I got enough time because everything has truly already been said. Except that I want everybody to take a look at Councilman Hillis. He's younger than me. Look at that face. Your sin will show on you. How you live your life shows up in how you look. Look at Councilman Winston. He looks scared all the time. All the time. But what's scaring you? Are you so scared of Big Bad Andre? So scared to go against him? Does he have something on you that he's gonna pull out of his bag of tricks to try to embarrass you or demean you? Or are you scared of being approached in public by any of the residents who you choose to truly represent? Look at these faces. The next thing I wanna know is, what drugs are you on that actually make you look yourself in the mirror and not pass out knowing what you are doing? I kind of want to try it, but then again, I don't, because I like being the person that I am, because I do believe in principle. And all of you, in some form or fashion, have stated that you believe in principles of democracy by taking these positions. However, you continue to subvert democracy. The very same process of voter suppression that has been vilified by members of this council is now being endorsed and pushed by members of this council. I don't know y'all's personal situations, but what I do know is who I am. And if Andre Dickens is threatening you with something, then let me know and let that sucker come and talk to me, because why are you scared? And why are you more afraid of him than the people who elected you? Why are you more afraid to go against him than to be a person of principle, which you claim to be? Why can you hear the name of Jimmy Atchison? Councilwoman Boone, why can you hear the name of Jimmy Atchison and not be disturbed by what you're approving with Cop City? How do we hear the accounts that already contradict the narrative of how Tortuguita was murdered and not ask questions? Why do we not pause and say, let's take a step back? Why do we not hold our officers accountable? Why is it only a deacon who deserves respect and death and dignity when they are murdered by police? Nobody should have to be so squeaky clean or above reproach for their life to matter. What really matters to me is that people understand and that people see, because people keep saying, Kiana, why do y'all keep running down there to that council? You know they ain't gonna do nothing for you. But we want people to really see the extent of this. We want people to see democracy being subverted in real time. We want those people who believe in voting to know not to vote for y'all's asses no more, because you don't doggone deserve to be here. And I don't care what your excuse is at this point, because honestly, there is not one that's good enough, unless your life is truly being threatened and y'all ain't just performing for the newspapers and media. But if it is being threatened, then call these people out. You use your platform for every other silly thing with all these senseless ass proclamations, but you will not use it to stand up for what's right, and that's a shame. It's really sad that people come here and truly have hope and just ask you to do something that is mandated in your own city charter and codify a process. If you would allow the process to play out, then your hands are clean. Then you could say, we let the people decide. But instead, you want to keep spending millions in court. The cost of this project is already way overboard. And the only thing that I can really come to a conclusion of for why you all are doing this and not doing the right thing is that y'all like to see shit burn.
Next will be Prophet Curtis Harrison. You have up to 2 minutes.
Before I start, I want y'all to fix all this. Fix the camera, fix the microphone before I start, please. Thank you. You can fix this.
We're having trouble with the system. She's keeping the time by hand.
Well, all this money y'all got, y'all can't fix the machine?
You have up to 2 minutes.
All this money y'all got, this is...
Curtis, don't lose your time, Mr. Curtis. Don't lose your time.
I don't really care about no time. I don't really care about no time. I'm gonna hold mine on the streets. If you don't want to listen here, you'll listen when I walk down your street. When I walk down your street with that bullhorn, then you'll listen. People are dying out here freezing to death. And y'all rushing people off y'all podium. I walk past 5 people in 6-degree, 7-degree weather with no clothes on. Homeless folk need shelters. We don't need a pat on the back. They don't need as much food as y'all think. Homeless people need shelters. Now, y'all got $60 million to build AI, because that's really what you're doing. I'm a prophet of God. Understand something. I know what's going on. See, there's all this Illuminati stuff and who you represent, and they got whatever they got on y'all. Sex trafficking is #1 in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. That's not by accident. And as I stated before, if sex trafficking is #1 in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, y'all got to have something to do with it. Pastors got to have something to do with it, and cops got to have something to do with it. That's right. That's just common sense. That ain't even no rocket science. Now, if I put your name in the sentence and say your relative is such and such and so and so, then who are you protecting? So your job, you're putting your job on the line to protect somebody when they're doing wrong. Now, if y'all can't handle those seats, we're trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice because I'm a Christian, right? I'm trying to be nice right now. I really am. Because when I got a girl and her kids looking up at me, and she in the cold weather, tell me how you gonna feel. And her child freezes to death on the street. Tell me. Now, if your heart is that good, your heart is that cold, because the Bible says in the last days, men's hearts shall wax worse. You understand something. Whatever legacy you leave is going to face you and your family. It's going to face you and your family. I'm trying to tell y'all to get it together, you know, because if you don't understand the signs of the time and what people are saying right now, y'all up here moving around, clapping each other, you know, kissing each other from here to there, and these people here talking, and y'all disrespecting people.
Time's expired.
I ain't finished yet.
Time's expired.
Now, if y'all don't get it together, I'm telling you.
Time's expired, Ms. Harrison.
One more time. If I see one more man walking down the street with no clothes on,
Time is expired.
I'm gonna be at your
Thank
office.
you. Next is Oya A. Maybe Achille. Oya A. G. Serrano.
All this money y'all got, you can't even fix the system.
You have up to 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni Serrano. I am a community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, GLAR. The checks and balance system was a way in where the branch of government is where the individual power can hold each other accountable if they violate the Constitution. After the submission of more than 110,000 signatures who supported referendum, we have seen acts that attack the very notion of our democracy values, which are so strong and powerful we impose them in other countries. However, the checks and balance fails to speak about the fourth branch of government, we the people, in where referendums, calls to actions, peaceful protests are a way for the people to hold y'all accountable when y'all forget what it is to be an honorable elected official. As an immigrant, politicians have always been a piece corrupted and always for their personal gain, one of the main reasons why many of us are in this country today. Your vote, and for many of us, speaking up against the abuses that we face takes a lot of empowerment, as many of us always want to be the good immigrant, not the troublemakers, because when we fight for our democracy, then we're classified as terrorists. You took the life of one of us, and that is why we will continue fighting. Your vote at City Council to move the legislation forward gives many of us hope that democracy is still alive and that there is hope for our city, our state, and our nation. You know, I'm not too fond of politics, but going back to where I'm from, Mexico, the Mexican president, I recently said that serving the people is the most honorable job in the world. That is hard.
Time is expired.
When you perform your acts of action of ethics and with the goal in mind to serve the people. So I want you guys to make the hard decisions and really represent the people of Atlanta.
Thank you. Next is Reverend Siegfried White. He'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening, Councilman. Thank you, Reverend White. Mama, that's Reverend White right there. Mama, that's the man that gave us a ride to a shelter. I was a little down because I was told at Gateway that I cannot come inside and ask people, do they need a ride to the warming centers? But yet and still, people outside of Gateway are selling drugs, drinking liquor. But the 7-year-old baby, out of the mouths of babes, every time I hear your daddy on the Eyes on the Prize, talking about that. How we was treated, beaten. But the 7-year-old child, Dr. Barnes, Councilman Barnes, that I gave a ride to with a mother to a woman's center. Also, on the bridges, a young man set himself on fire. Why? Not because he was doing drugs, not because he was trying to set a fire. He was trying to keep warm. Under the bridge in Hatesville, a homeless man was underneath the bridge. He fell and broke his neck. I was out there investigating. I wish I had been there on Central Avenue. I would have saved that young man's life.
Time has expired.
So, thank you, Barnes. Thank you, Ms. Boone. Your father has inspired me. I remember him.
Time has expired.
Dr. Byron, I remember you.
Thank you.
So, I'm here. I'm not here to get paid.
Thank you, Reverend White. Your time
I want to
has
say
expired.
this also.
Your
The
time has expired,
Adamsville
sir.
Recreation Center was closed.
Your time has expired, sir.
But I went to the office of the mayor.
Reverend White, your time has expired.
I'm happy to report that it's
Reverend
open.
White, your time has
and
expired.
I was able to take 12 men to the center.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
Next is Terry Gilreath. You'll have up to 2 minutes. Terry Gilreath. That concludes our public comment today. I want to thank all the members of the public who have come down to provide their remarks. Next, we'll return to the report of the Journal.
I, Teresa Payne, Assistant Deputy Municipal Clerk, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held January 8th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no adjustments or amendments to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the Journal? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Fourteen yeas, 0 nays.
13, I believe it's 13. Oh, it's just unanimous consent, Councilmember Vaughn. How many? 13.
Okay, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the Journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications.
24C 5008, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman reappointing Mr. Derek George to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
24C 5009, a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea L. Boone, District 10, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at large, reappointing Mr. Michael Hopkins to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Recommendation from staff is to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
24C 5010, a communication from Councilmember Dustin Hillis, appointing Ms. Joanna Powell to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
24C 5011, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, reappointing Ms. Carly Swift to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on January 22nd, 2023 and expire January 21, 2025. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
A communication from Councilmember Jason Winston, District 1, appointing Ms. Meredith Lilly to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
24C 5013, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer submitting the December 1st, 2023 through December 30th, 2023 monthly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
That's all of the communications.
Thank you. Do we have any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, sir.
We do have one piece of unfinished business that was held in the breast of council. Could you please sound that item?
Item 23-01656, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan is substituted by Finance Executive Committee and Atlanta City Council to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Civil Service, Division 14, Attendance and Leave, Section 114-415, Annual Leave, Vacation, so as to provide for increases in the maximum vacation allowed to be carried over retroactively effective December 31st, 2023, and to provide for the annual payout of 25% of excess vacation hours for each year effective January 1, 2024, to authorize the payment of any remaining vacation extra carryover leave as defined in Ordinance 23-01305 on a quarterly basis through fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes.
This item had come forward favorable on condition. I will ask Chair Shook, has the condition been met?
Yes, the condition was that the people from the Finance Department would make themselves available for a dialogue with members of Labor to get questions answered and to provide clarity about the proposal. I was told that that did happen, and so I will move to bring this off the table.
There's a motion to adopt 23-0-1656, seconded by Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? No, it comes off the table automatically because it was held in the breast of council.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He was voting to bring it off the table. It already comes off the table.
Yeah, it comes off the table automatically because it was held in the breast of council. So now we're moving the adoption of the item.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, move to a vote. Please, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. We will now move to the consent agenda, section 1, that is found on page 4 of your documents. These are items for second reading, but the appropriate motion to be entertained will be a motion to adopt this consent agenda, section 1. But before that, I will ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by any of my colleagues? There's a motion to adopt by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. The consent agenda, section 1. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2. It begins on page 9 of your materials. These are items for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer these items. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll next move to the report of standing committees. First up today on the agenda is the Committee on Council. Chair Bakhtiari.
Yes, Council President, and forgive me if I do not state this correctly, but I do believe that we needed to move into executive session.
Would you like to move to?
I would like to make a motion to move into
There's a
executive.
motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to move into executive session. I'm going to turn to the Law Department to explain the need for an executive session.
Yes, executive session is permitted under the Open Meetings Act of the state of Georgia to discuss personnel matters as well as to discuss pending litigation.
There's a motion to move into executive session by Councilor Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into executive session? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move into executive session carries. We'll move to Committee Room 2, and we stand in executive session.
Exit executive session.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Hillis to move out of committee, to move out of executive session back into a regular meeting. Is there any discussion on the motion to move out of executive session? You can do this via unanimous consent. With any objection moving out of executive session? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to return to the regular meeting.
You got, Sean, you got Howard over there. Boone is there.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Waits, yeah.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move back into regular meeting carries. We're now on the standing committee report of the Committee on Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are 3 items on the standing committee report of COC. First item under communications and resolutions is 24-R-3106, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing E. Richard Taylor, the nominee of the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, to serve on the governing board of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 3 years to begin on the date of approval of this appointment and for other purposes. This item was found favorable. It was voted unanimously out of council, so I move to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-C-5, 24 dash
24-R-3106.
R-3106. Thank you. Got to get my right piece of paper. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open.
Waits is aye.
The vote is closed, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Moving on to ordinances for second reading. Item number 2, 24-0-1000. An ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 2017 precincts and polling places ordinance in Fulton County precincts 02E, 03E, 03G, 03L, 03M, 03N, 04B, 04F, 04J, 04W, 08G, 08P, 09G, and 09H due to facility parking concerns, facility declining usage, precinct location merger, facility undergoing renovations, facility being placed under new management, and usage not being confirmed, facility no longer being conducive, and for other purposes. This item was came out of committee favorable, and the recommendation is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1000. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Waits is aye.
Please vote. The vote is closed, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, and I might need some guidance in terms of procedure on this next piece. Under resolutions, item number 3, 23-R-4243, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing blank to the position of municipal clerk effective blank and for other purposes. This was moved forward to full council without recommendation. So if you could advise on.
I think you want to bring forth the substitute.
We do, yes. So I motion to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Could you state the substitute?
Motion do we have? No, we will come back to this once we have a substitute properly drafted.
Okay, thank you. Next up will be the Zoning Committee. Chair Westmoreland.
Afternoon, colleagues. First on the agenda are ordinances for second reading. Items 1 through 7 are all favorable recommendations and can be taken as a block without objection.
Any objection? Please continue.
First item, 23-0-1660. It's 175 Huntington Road. The ordinance is an acknowledgement of the property as 2 parcel lots. Item number 2, 23-0-1663, MRPA 2314. It's 4433 Sentinel Post Road. Ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a single-family detached dwelling with a sports court and a swimming pool. 23-0-1488, Z2359. It's 2845 Greenbrier Parkway Southwest. The ordinance is to allow an eating and drinking establishment. 23-0-1489, Z2360. The Campbellton Road Overlay. Ordinance is to amend Part 3, Land Development Code, Part 16, Chapter 43, Sub-Area 4A, Section 16-43.009. Item number 5 is 23-0-1565, Z2357, 657 Jones Avenue Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 to SPI 3 SA3. Item number 6, 23-0-1638, U2329, 1425 Lucille Avenue Southwest. It's for a special use permit for a park, as is 23-0-1639, U2330 at 396 Enota Place Southwest. Items 1 through 7 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
The motion to adopt these 7 items coming out of committee. There's no need for a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 7 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these items.
The vote is open. Please vote. Vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next on the report are first reads. They can also be taken as a block, as the comprehensive motion will be to refer to ZRB and zoning. Without objection.
Please proceed.
Item number 8, 23-0-1018, Z2372, 533 Griffin Street Northwest. This ordinance is to rezone from SPI 3 SA1 WIZ to SPI 3 SA4 WIZ. Item number 9 is 24-0-1019, Z2379 at 665 and 693 Marietta Street Northwest. Ordinance is to rezone from I1 MSA to MRC3 MSA. Item number 10, 24-0-1020, Z2381, it's 228 Pansy Street Northwest. This ordinance is to rezone from R4A to R5. Item number 11, 24-0-1021, 8 and 10 Charleston Avenue Southeast. This ordinance is rezoned from R4 to MRC1. Item 12, 24-0-1022, it's 1492 Piedmont Avenue Northeast. This ordinance is for a special use permit for an outdoor dining, eating, and drinking establishments. Item number 13, 24-0-1023, U2325. Pertains to 1140, 1150, 1152, 1160, 1166 Euclid Avenue Northeast, and 432 Seminole Avenue Northeast. Is ordinance for a special use permit for a parking lot. Item number 14, 24-0-1024, U2337, 655 and 693 Marietta Street Northwest. Special use permit for a dormitory. Item number 15, 240-1025, U2338. Also at 665 and 693 Marietta Street Northwest is a special use permit for a hotel. And finally, 240-1026, U2340, 690 Courtney Drive. Ordinance is to amend 2-0-1271 and Ordinance 95-0-1416, which granted a special use permit pursuant to 16-06.0051G for a rehabilitation center for the purpose of a major site plan amendment. I move to refer items 8 through 16 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer these 9 items to ZRB and Zoning by Councilor Westmoreland. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Public Safety and Legal Administration. The next 3 committees were unable to meet due to the weather and the closure of City Hall. So I would entertain a motion to move in Committee of the Whole to undertake all of the 3 committees in Committee of the Whole. Then we can come out and en masse adopt everything that's been done in Committee of the Whole in full council. So there's a motion by Councilmember Hillis to move into Committee of the Whole, seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Any discussion moving the Committee of the Whole? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent to move in Committee of the Whole.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We're now in Committee of the Whole, and we will begin with the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I am Andrea Boone, Chair of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Our first item is the election of the Vice Chair. I would like to nominate Councilmember Dustin Hillis to serve as the Vice Chair of the committee. Are there any other nominations? If none, I would like to make a motion to approve Councilmember Hillis as the Vice Chair of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to approve Councilmember Hillis as Vice Chair. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this appointment as Vice Chair? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
My microphone is off. Thank you, Councilmember Wan. 14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
The next item is the 2024 Committee Goals and Objectives. The 2024 Goals and Objectives have been distributed to all members for your review. Please send any recommendations for the goals and objectives to myself or Mr. David Johnson by Friday, January 26th. We should be prepared to review and adopt them on Monday, January 29th. Next item, we are on communications. Item 124C 5000, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report by the Municipal Court. This item will be held. I make a motion to hold this item.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to hold this item, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold? Hearing none, we'll move. No, just to clarify, you mean to be held in committee, correct,
Yes.
Councilmember? To be held in committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to be held for this item to be held in committee? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Actually, we'll do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to this being held in committee? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to be held in committee.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Next resolution, claims with favorable recommendations. I would like to make a motion to approve all favorable claims.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to approve all favorable claims. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve all favorable claims? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. One moment, please. Please revote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to adverse all of the unfavorable claims.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to averse all the unfavorable claims. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to averse all unfavorable claims? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to averse.
Don't worry about it. The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adverse carries.
Ordinance for second reading, item 23-0-1689, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis as substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 1094A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, as so to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 1088 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 1705 Commerce Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes. At the request of the sponsor, we'd like to make a motion to hold this paper.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to hold this item. There is a second by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold? To hold in committee, I'm correct? To hold in committee?
In committee, yes.
You. Any discussion on the motion to hold in committee? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. I'm going to do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to hold? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion, on the unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in committee carries.
Item number 2, 23-0-1711, an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee amending the 2024 Intergovernmental Grant Fund Budget, Department of Police, by adding to anticipations and appropriations the amount of $89,426.56 for the 2024 Highway Enforcement of Aggressive Traffic Heat Grant from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety and for other purposes. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve 23-0-1711. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
Vote is open. Please vote. Vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item 3, 24-01006, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996, GA Laws P 4469, ETSEQ, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 36-351, ETSEQ, as amended by amending Part 1 Charter and related laws, Subpart A Charter, Appendix IV, Citizen Review Board, Section 12, Powers and Duties of the Board, to further expand and clarify the oversight powers of the Atlanta Citizens Review Board and for other purposes. We are holding this item so that the legislation can be succinct with the public notice advertisement. I'd like a motion to hold.
There's a motion to hold 24-0-1006 in committee. It's seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to hold in committee? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in committee carries.
Next item, item 4, 24-01009, an ordinance by council members Keisha Shawn Waits, Byron D. Amos, and Antonio Lewis to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Division 5, Section 10-209C, and Section 10-209C2, and Section 10-209D to the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to amend said sections to add language to temporarily extend the hours within which those establishments which are licensed to sell alcoholic beverages by the drink for consumption on the premises on Sunday may sell beverages on certain holidays and for other purposes. We have a substitute, Mr. President. The substitute makes revisions to account for the most recent amendments to Section 10-209 to add Juneteenth as an extended pouring hours holiday pursuant to 23-0-1329.
So you're moving to bring forth the substitute?
Discussion from the body.
Want to bring forth the substitute, though?
Yes.
Yes. There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to bring forth the substitute. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Norwood. Does everyone have the substitute? Should be in your emails. Great. In discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute. Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to unanimous consent on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
Unanimous consent, 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We're now have the substitute.
Any discussion on this?
You need to move to adopt, and then we'll go to it.
I would like to move to adopt the substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to adopt 24-0-1009 as substituted. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Hillis.
This is, I guess, an opportunity to ask the administration, which Mr. Pace is up here, not just about where they are with this paper, but also, as many of us know, Councilmember Vaughn put forth legislation many moons ago about ATAG 3. Those recommendations have been forwarded to us and the administration, and at least I am anxiously awaiting those recommendations on changes to our very archaic alcohol code, which would possibly clear up some of the need for these types of papers. So if Mr. Pace, are you prepared to speak on that?
Mr. Pace, can you introduce yourself and then speak to the item?
Sure. Theo Pace, Deputy Chief of Staff, Office of the Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Hillis, Chairwoman Boone. Of course, the administration is in receipt of the ATAG 3 recommendations. The administration is also in the process of kicking off a nightlife economic study, which includes members of our nightlife advisory group, which includes business owners in the nightlife arena. And so in the spirit of collaboration, we'd like to ask if Councilmember Waits would be interested in filing this legislation and anticipating for the nightlife economic study as well as the ATAG 3 recommendations to more holistically implement all of those recommendations, and if possible, be interested in introducing this legislation later on after those recommendations are completed, either in the summer or the fall.
Any other discussion on this item? Councilmember Waits.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
We already got a motion on the floor to approve, so that's where we are. We've got a motion to approve on substitute. That's what we're debating. Councilmember Lewis. Oh.
Hearing from the body.
Other discussion on this item? Councilmember Wan.
So, Mr. Pace, I just want to understand, I mean, obviously, I have been working with y'all and APD in terms of the ATAG 3 recommendations, which I'll come back and comment on in a second, but specifically the time that you are requesting, what does that buy? What does that get us in terms of conversation, decisions? Help me understand that piece.
So the kickoff for the nightlife economic study is imminent within the next probably 2 to 3 weeks or so. But then also would like to meet with individual council members to go over that study as well as the various ATAG 3 recommendations. Some of those I believe could be implemented pretty quickly, while other those are more operational and may take some time as it relates to permitting. But we are actively trying to get those recommendations reviewed and implemented as soon as possible.
And the purpose of that study, or I guess I'm curious as to how that is any different from what ATAG did that is relevant to Councilmember Waits' legislation.
So it does not just deal with alcohol-related permitting issues and things like that, but public safety around our nightlife establishments as well, and other concerns that those business owners may have as far as working with the city as it relates to other type of permitting activities also.
Okay, so
it's a more broader study just overall with the nightlife industry.
Okay, so that time would allow us, or allow the administration to come back with recommendations in terms of if there are extended operating hours, one time that if there are additional security requirements, that would come out of that, or expectations, or all that. So
that's correct.
That's I guess what I'm hearing, that would be of value in terms of before we add any more dates to what we already have for extended bar hours, correct?
That's correct. So we would look at not just possibly extending pouring hours on holidays, but regular business days throughout the calendar year as well.
Okay, that actually makes sense to me. And I guess what's on your side is the fact that Juneteenth, we've got time, because this MLK would not be until 2025.
Correct. MLK just passed, of course, as you all know.
You anticipate you'd be able to have something that would address this particular paper so that it could be introduced in mid-May at the latest, so we can move that legislation in time for Juneteenth?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I understand the logic in wanting to hold this now, so, okay. Thank you.
Councilor Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, the holidays where we extend pouring hours is New Year's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day. And then, as you are all aware, we extend the hours for Black Pride as well as the White Pride festivities that are held in October. So given that MLK and Juneteenth are two holidays that traditionally African American people tend to celebrate, have time off with their families, I'm somewhat confused by the phone call that I received this morning from Mr. O'Donnell saying to me that he was concerned about an increase in crime based upon extending pouring hours for a 2-hour period of time on these two particular holidays, which to me feels racist. I have spoken at length regarding the challenges that the bar industry as well as restaurants were having in the aftermath of the pandemic and COVID. So much so that I made a recommendation that we change our hours 365 days a year to extend pouring hours frankly, I believe we should be an international city and pour 24 hours, but we're not there. I got it. So the ask in this legislation, which was brought to me by individuals who are directly impacted, employees, as well as restaurant and bar owners, who believe that this would be some type of measure to assist them given the economic challenges that they have had for many, many years, that this would offer some level of support. So in listening to your remarks today, I haven't heard anything in terms of the relationship surrounding ATAC 3, given that these are two existing federal holidays. They're already holidays. So frankly, they should have been in the original legislation, but of course, as you know, Juneteenth came later, and so did MLK. So the idea, because he gave me a timeline of 3 months, which again doesn't make any sense to me because I don't think there's anything else to study. We just simply extend the hours. And so my pushback is simply that I believe that this is a measure that is needed. Obviously, we missed the King holiday because I reached out to you to ask for an executive order to make that happen, but of course we didn't do that. So I would simply ask that you support this measure, given that it is an economic-friendly bill to an industry that has been devastated. And frankly, to tell me that there was a concern surrounding crime, he never mentioned New Year's Day or St. Patty's Day, which are two holidays that are specifically known for individuals who like to, quote, turn up. And so I'm asking again for your support in passing this measure now. I don't think there's anything that needs to be further studied, given the implications that I have spoken of. Thank you.
Councilman, do you want to respond or do you want to?
I would. So the fact that the MLK holiday passed would actually provide more reason why we could look at studying this from a more broader vantage point than just looking at that one day, which is a year from now. We are possibly looking at reviewing, extending pouring hours throughout the year, but of course you want to look at the various public safety aspects of that as well. And so that's why we're asking for you to hold this item or file it until we complete those studies and hear from those nightlife business owners in lieu of the ones that you spoke with that asked you to introduce this legislation. Our nightlife advisory group meets on a regular basis with the mayor to bring forth their concerns and things like that, which many of we have worked to address.
Okay, Councilman Lewis.
Councilmember Waits, I want to say thank you for putting forth this bill. I know we got 3 different separate branches of government over here in the city of Atlanta, but this body seems to put forth a legislation. The other side is coming forth again saying hold up. And so I want to let you know that as a city council person, I think it's our job to put forth this legislation. I don't think we should be holding up today. I got a few notes I want to talk about on this. Juneteenth needs the same thing as July 4th in this city. If we were in New York or Chicago, any other city, I would be okay. We can do that. But in this city, Juneteenth and Dr. King Day need the same thing, July 4th and the 1st and New Year's get. I was going to ask another question. I was going to ask you, do you think that we're going to have gunshots on Dr. King Day like we do on New Year's? Because they said crime.
I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted to put that out. When we're talking about crime, New Year's, I found myself sitting on the floor as gunshots rang out all night. I'm not thinking about that crime on Dr. King Day. I think people are going to be celebrating and living a different life. I want to see the 2 days that are celebrating black people in Atlanta to be treated the same ways. Imagine we having a conversation about equity on days in the city of Atlanta. We talking about Dr. King Day on the same day his son died. Chair, I yield, but I just want to imagine the politics we playing right now. Imagine the politics we playing right now. Councilmember Keisha Waits put forth a beautiful piece of paper that makes so much sense on Dr. King birthday weekend. You know what I mean? And the same, and so for us to have the mayor's office to come down and for her to get a call this morning is from people who ain't at work right now, and to stop this and to have the mayor's office come in and fight this piece of legislation. What are we talking about?
We're not fighting it. What we're asking to do is collaboratively work with the district, with the at-large council member to look at this from a more broader standpoint, not just extending the drinking hours on one day, but really working with our nightlife community to provide more thorough policies and procedures, which I believe is what this body did by adopting the ATAG 3 recommendations.
Yeah, and before I'll yield after this, to me, 2 national federal holidays should be treated the same way as Memorial Day, St. Patrick's Day, Labor Day, Independence Day. And if we're talking about the black holidays and what's perceived as the black city, why are we talking about equity and stuff? To me, I think that this mayor's office should be saying, go hard, go fast on this. I yield on that.
Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll say I agree with both parties, the administration and the authors and co-sponsors of this paper, but I'm yielding to the fact that none of these are happening within the next 2 weeks. This council has 10+ meetings, and if this was my birthday in the middle of May, I would be voting to extend pouring hours on Juneteenth. This was our last meeting of December 2024, I'd be voting to extend pouring hours on MLK, but this body asked for a study to more holistically look at pouring hours for not just holidays, but every day. And those recommendations have been brought to us, and we have received that document, and I look forward to working with the administration on those very soon. So in considering that, I will make a substitute motion to hold.
There's a motion to hold this item in committee, correct, Councilmember Hillis? Just to clarify, to hold this item in committee by Councilmember Hillis, and I heard a second by Councilmember Juan. Discussion on the motion to hold this item in committee. Councilmember Waits, then I'll come to Councilmember Lewis. Or do you want to speak to, oh, sorry, did you want to speak to the motion to hold in committee? Oh, sorry, okay, well, let me start with Councilmember Juan. Councilmember Juan.
So I'm supportive of the motion to hold. I think it's important for us to understand what this piece of paper does. It only applies to these holidays if they fall on a Monday.
That's correct.
Because it's the Sunday operating hours that it affects. Juneteenth falls on a Wednesday, so even if we pass this today, it doesn't affect Juneteenth for 2024. With that, because we're talking about potentially this being a 2025 issue, I do think we do have time to afford the administration to do this. If we're really trying to help our operators, 1 extra hour on 2 days of operating is not where they're asking for help. What we heard loud and clear from industry in ATAG 3 was there are procedural and process things around how you get your license. There are procedural things around how enforcement is done. There are more that span 365 days a year. I appreciate this. I'm not saying I'm not supportive of it. I'm just saying that there is no urgency on it. If we did it today, it's just demonstrative, and I think does not afford us the opportunity for the administration to go back and talk to nightlife some more in terms of the issues that they want to cover that ATAG 3 didn't, and that we expend our energy on ATAG 3 recommendations. I also, I understand the kind of the reaction to go and say that this is an equity issue. And y'all know me, all 4 corners of the city, I have voted against distance waivers because until we tighten up our alcohol code, I think the last thing we need to, and enforcement and process, I think the last thing we need to do is continue to loosen it. And, it's not, I think it's only coincidence that the 2 days that are being requested here, but even if they were other days, I would not be supportive just because we've got some more work to do, y'all. And I think, again, the benefit of 2 additional hours of operation for a year, I don't think are as valuable as some of the other things that we should be working on. So I support the motion to hold.
Councilor Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am supportive of the motion to hold. I had a question I'd like to direct toward the administration. May I? The Black Pride legislation that was offered in September and the White Pride legislation that was offered in October, was there any objection from this administration regarding extending hours for those 2 holidays?
No, ma'am, but this was prior to the ATAG 3 recommendations being released as well.
Was there any concerns with respect to crime increasing given that we were going to extend hours on a Sunday or for an additional hour as you just indicated. Was there any concern regarding crime? Was there discussion with the Atlanta Police Department that this may increase crime for these two specific dates in September and
I
October?
believe there's always concerns about addressing crime whenever.
But there was no
pouring
opposition where
hours.
you came over and spoke to us. Is that correct? Is that not
No
true?
one came over, but to answer your question, there are always concerns about crime centered around establishments when drinking hours are extended.
Thank you, sir. And do we currently have a nightlife czar at this time?
No, ma'am. But
Would you not agree that that entire conversation has been a massive failure given the relationship currently that we have with the nightlife community, given the nuisance piece of legislation where many were not supportive?
not at all. I think this administration has a good relationship with our nightlife industry. They have a means through the Nightlife Advisor Group to provide their concerns, many of which we have already addressed, as I mentioned.
Okay. So again, I want to speak again to equity and fairness. And as I've indicated, that there was no discussion surrounding this issue when we discuss Black Pride or White Pride. In fact, any other holiday that we choose to extend the hours. And again, I find it very disturbing that we're having a conversation when it comes to the dates of Dr. King and Juneteenth. And given the fact that there's an indication that this will happen in 2025, I just don't understand why we're always waiting when it comes to communities that are marginalized, when it comes to brown and Black people. And again, as I indicated, these are two holidays specifically that I believe will impact brown and Black people. And so for that reason, again, I'm asking for your support. But again, I will not push back on the motion to hold today.
Thank you. I believe the next MLK holiday is almost 349 days from here, and we would like to collaborate with you on this. And if there's an opportunity for you to either introduce this at a later date, sometime late summer, that would be perfect. We would just like more time. The legislation was introduced without any conversation with the administration at all, and so we're asking to work with you on this.
So the lengthy hours of conversation that you and I have had where I asked you to go to the mayor to consider an executive order, are you saying that you don't recall that
After
conversation?
you introduce the legislation.
Well, there are two different branches of government. I wasn't aware that I needed permission to introduce legislation.
Of course you don't, but in the spirit of collaboration, which you mentioned, I think that it would be a good opportunity for us to work on implementing the ATAG 3 recommendations as well as the nightlife economic study.
Well, given that I also introduced legislation to do this 365 days a year, to which I heard nothing from the administration, I question the integrity of that statement.
Okay.
Councilmember Lewis.
Do we have a nightlife person? I didn't.
We have a nightlife division within our the mayor's office of film and entertainment and nightlife. So we do have a team working with our nightlife industry members. We just had a nightlife training day about a month ago. We've had them quarterly throughout the year. And the nightlife industry has open lines of communication as far as working with the administration to move forward various permitting issues and things like that. So one person does not stop those lines of communication.
Is there a person, if I was to ask you for a person that I can talk to about this, because you said that we're going to wait until we talk to nightlife, look at the Tag 3 stuff. Is there a person that you could point me to that I can talk to?
You can talk to the chief of staff. You could talk to the mayor. If you have any concerns, I would raise those to those individuals.
Okay. All right, so that means we don't have a person other than, because I would think that the mayor has other things to do than just worry about nightlife. I also think that the chief of staff.
Which is why we have a nightlife team that works with our nightlife industry to address any of their concerns, relay information. The nightlife industry works with APD, various number of departments within the city to resolve any issues that they may have.
So when you said we're going to collaborate with nightlife, if the nightlife person that you told me to reach out to is the chief of staff, that means you're collaborating with yourself for it then, right?
I'm not the chief of staff.
Okay. So the next thing I was going to talk about was, as you see, this paper was being held now by Councilmember Hillis and Councilmember Wan. I would say that this is about equity all the way to me, and the Black council members did not hold this paper. This is about Dr. King holiday. This is about Juneteenth. And when Councilmember Waits talked about earlier about us extending hours for gay pride twice, and not hearing any comments from my other council members, not hearing the same let's hold from my other council members, but hearing this today, and that's why I'm saying we in the house that got built because of Dr. King on today. having this conversation. And that's why I don't think we should hold, because we didn't talk about holding it last year. Chair, I yield.
Councilor Froki.
I think I have one question and one comment. My question, just because you're here and now I'm curious, is there a plan to replace, for lack of a better term, the head of the nightlife division?
Yes.
Okay. That process is ongoing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question.
Actually, believe it or not, you cannot call the question in committee of the whole. It is not in order. So we will continue with debate.
To accomplish the same thing, they can come out of committee.
Right, you could come out of committee of the whole and undertake action, but then we'd have to go back into committee of the whole for other things. So, Councilmember Lewis.
How long has the nightlife division person, for lack of a better term, how long has the Mr. Paul, or the person who last had the role, not been there? How long has it been?
So I think, Councilmember, you're putting too much emphasis on one person. There's an entire nightlife division within the Office of Film, Entertainment, and Nightlife that consistently every day goes out and work with our nightlife industry. So what you're doing is you're putting the emphasis on one person when there are a team of individuals that work with our nightlife industry leaders.
I'm just thinking about
we have
leadership.
also, again, we have a nightlife advisory group that meets with the mayor on a regular basis that brings forth any of their concerns. These are all nightlife business owners, people that work at night in this industry, that they have an open line of communication of addressing any concerns, bringing forth any concerns directly to the mayor. So while you're saying this czar or person, there's an entire team as well as an advisory group established by the mayor that allows this group to bring forth any concerns that they have.
Juneteenth means so much to me. It's a day I actually proposed
What
to
day
my
is
wife.
Juneteenth this year?
Juneteenth
What day
means
is
so
it,
much
though?
to me. I actually proposed to my wife on it. I actually proposed to her in the parade, at the Juneteenth parade. I don't miss it. I enjoy Juneteenth. I understand what it means to black people. The next day, they made it a holiday. This city made it a holiday. I was a part of that. And other holidays in this city are, they have a certain, the equity stuff, they get to stay open a little later. And so I would look forward to the mayor and the administration to not fight this, to not be having this conversation, because we didn't have it when we were passing other things. That's what I would look forward to.
I'm going to remind my colleagues that the motion is to hold, so let's try to maintain our comments on the motion to hold. Any other discussion on the motion to hold in committee? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold this item in committee.
The vote is open. Please vote. Boone is yes.
Councilmember Shook. Councilmember Shook's an aye.
Vote is closed. 11 yeas, 3 nays.
11 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to hold in committee carries.
Thank you.
Next to resolutions, item 24-R-3006. Item 5, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute renewal number 1 of sole source agreement SS-S 1220283 Pioneer Technology Benchmark Maintenance and Support with Pioneer Technology Group, LLC, on behalf of the Municipal Court of Atlanta for a term of 1 year, effective January 25th, 2024 through January 24th, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $293,550.00. All funds shall be charged to and paid from the funding accounts listed herein and for other purposes. I make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve 24-R-3006 by Councilmember Boone. Is there a second? seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item, item 624-R-3018, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into amendment number 2 to add additional funding to the annual contract amount and to exercise the second renewal option for Agreement FC-9409, annual maintenance for citywide radio system with Vertiv Services, Inc. on behalf of the Police Department for a term of 1 year, effective from January 5th, 2024 through January 4th, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $813,388.60. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and amount number listed herein and for other purposes. I make a motion to approve this item.
There's a motion to adopt 24-R-3018. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
I would like to take items 7 through 11 for all settlement legislation as a block if there is no objection from the body.
Any objections? Please proceed.
Item 7, 24-R-3098, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the case of Ebony Rosemary Bradshaw versus City of Atlanta, Georgia, civil action file number 23MS193047, pending in the State Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $5,000.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund Center, number 200101, non-departmental, account 5212005, litigation expenses and functional activity number 1512000, accounting, authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Item number 8, 24-R-3099, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the case of William Werkheiser versus City of Atlanta, Georgia, civil action file number 22EV00264, pending in the State Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount $360,000.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund Center, number 200101, non-departmental account 5212005, litigation expenses and functional activity number 1512000, accounting, authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Item number 9, 24-R-3100, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the case of Charlotte D. Murray and David Ty versus City of Atlanta and Sidney A. Donovan, civil action file number 20EB004864 in the State Court of Fulton County, Georgia, an amount of $550,000.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from Fund 1001 General Fund Central number 200101, non-departmental account 5212005, litigation expenses, and 1512000, functional activity number, authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Item number 1024-3-3101, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the case of Richard Dupree versus City of Atlanta, Georgia, civil action file number 2022 CV368302, pending in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $97,500.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from Fund 5051 Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301 NDP unallocated citywide employee expenses 52120005 litigation EXP and 154000 Human Resources, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Item number 1124-3102, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendant City of Atlanta in the case of Shavarius Render v. Orrit O. Walker, City of Atlanta, ETAL, civil action file number 2021CV353214, pending in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $50,000.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from Fund 1001, General Fund, Central Number 200101, non-departmental account 52120005, litigation expenses, and 151200, functional activity number, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. The motion is to approve items 7 through 11.
There's a motion to approve the items 7 through 11 by Councilmember Boone. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
We have one item, item 1224-R-3102, a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendants City of Atlanta in the case of Shavarius Render Orrit, City of Atlanta, pending in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $50,000.00. The settlement amount, authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from account solicited, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve 24-R-3102 by Councilmember Boone. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve this item. Oh, we did that one already. Okay. Councilmember Boone, I think we've already done that. If you want to withdraw that motion.
I'd like to withdraw item 12. Thank you.
Motion is withdrawn. Any other items for public safety?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We will stay in Committee of the Whole and move to City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Thank you, President. Please turn to page 41 of the agenda. Our first item is the election of the Vice Chair. I would like to nominate Councilmember Shook to serve as Vice Chair of the committee. Are there any other nominations? None, then I'll make a motion to approve Councilmember Shook as the Vice Chair.
There's a motion by Councilmember Lewis, and there are many seconds, but I'm going to choose Councilmember Juan second for approval of Councilmember Shook as Vice Chair of the City Utilities Committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to approve? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
The next item is the 2024 committee goals and objectives. The 2024 goals and objectives have been distributed to all members up for your review. Please send any recommendations for 2024 goals and objectives to myself or Mr. Johnson by Friday, January 26th. We should be prepared to review and adopt them at the Tuesday, January 30th meeting. Next, we are at our communications. Communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair. Audit. Yep, gotcha. Item number 1, 24C 5001, motion to hold. A communication by, communication by Danielle Hampton, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, water billing and collections. Motion to hold.
There's a motion to hold in committee 24-C-5001 by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold this item in committee?
Gotcha.
We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to hold in committee? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in committee carries.
Thank you. And 2-4, ordinance for second reading. 2 for first reading. 2401016, number 2. An ordinance by City Council, City Utilities Committee to amend sections of Chapter 2, Article 16, Division 2, in order to update certain protocols for the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission and for other purposes. Take no action taken. Sound item number 3, an ordinance by City Utilities Committee, 2401017. An ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management for the purpose of reimbursing the department of costs associated with the design and construction to adjust adjusting water infrastructure that is in conflict with MARTA's Metropolitan Parkway, Cleveland Avenue, Arterial Rapid Transit Project in Fulton County, Georgia, in an amount not to exceed $75,000.00, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 Water and Wastewater Extension Fund 5052 budget to anticipate and appropriate said funds. For all funds will be deposited to the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Ordinance for second reading. 2301698, number 4. An ordinance by the City Utilities Committee to ratify services rendered in connection with Special Procurement Agreement SP S1220-14 for Swift Comply software maintenance and support with Swift Comply US OPCO Incorporated, beginning November 7, 2023 through the execution of the first renewal option, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the first renewal option under the agreement on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management for a term of 1 year, retroactively effective from November 7, 2023 through November 6, 2024, at no cost to the city and for other purposes. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Councilmember Lewis, 23-0-1698. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Resolutions 24R3019, a resolution by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the City of South Fulton, Georgia, and on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management for the purposes of adjusting, relocating, and replacing water and sewer facilities that are in conflict with the City of South Fulton Enon Road Sidewalk Improvement Project in Fulton County in an amount not to exceed $1,511,426.59. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for the purposes. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Shook, 24-R-3019. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Item number 6, 24R3020, a resolution by City's Utility Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Third Amendment to Sole Source Agreement FC 10470, maintenance, repair, and replacement with Industrial Furnace Company, Incorporated, on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management, and to add funding to the agreement in the amount not to exceed $600,000 for maintenance, replacement, and repair of the incinerator units for contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for the purposes.
There's a motion by Councilmember Lewis to approve 24-R-3020. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Item number 7, 24R3021, a resolution by City Utilities Committee to amend Resolution 23R3767, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on July 5th, 2023, and approved by operation of law per City Charter, Section 2403, on July 14, 2023, to correct the awardee name from LL Blue Engineering, LLC, LLB, WWIS, JV, and for other purposes.
There's a motion to approve 24-R-3021 by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will stay in Committee of the Whole for one more round. Chair Winston with the CDHS report.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, if you'll please turn to page 44 in your full agenda. Today, we will start with our first order of business, which is the election of the 2024 Community Development Human Services Committee Vice Chair. I move to designate, or move to nominate Councilmember Dozier as Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Are there any other nominations? It's been moved by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari, to designate CM Dozier as the Vice Chair. We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to appoint him as Vice Chair? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
$11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to appoint carries.
Thank you. The next order of business is for the 2024 Community Development Human Services Committee. to aim to adopt our goals and objectives at our next February 13th meeting. So if you will please send your recommendations to Mr. Evans, he will collect all suggestions and we'll discuss those at that meeting. Colleagues, earlier today at about 3:17, each of you were sent the committee handouts. We'll use those going forward for the rest of the report. Next, we have communications. This is item 24-C-5004, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. John Flanagan to serve as Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Employment Services for the City of Atlanta. I know it's been a long 5-hour wait, but Mr. Flanagan, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium and telling us a little bit about your background and what interests you in this position.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
okay, sorry about that. Council members, thank you. I'm John Flanagan, Commissioner, Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services. Been in workforce and economic development for over 15 years. I came here from Tampa, formerly as president and CEO of CareerSource Tampa Bay, was the County of Hillsborough's workforce development organization, their public workforce system, serving about 1.5 million people. I'm here today because, obviously the mayor appointed me, but really believed in the mayor and council's vision on what makes a effective Department of Labor and Employment Services, not just the public workforce system, but also working with labor relations and labor education for our employers and our constituents of Atlanta. Thankful for the opportunity to serve. Better take my glasses off, can't read with these. I'm excited to get to work on the mayor's vision of creating a world-class workforce development system that will ensure all Atlantans have access to training, upskilling, and information that will guide them as they choose their career path. This department gives us the unique ability to connect our talent to the opportunities that are available. Our workforce must be ready to meet the challenges and opportunities of the current and future labor market to ensure Atlanta's competitiveness on the national and world stage. In addition to this, ensuring the community is educated on fair labor standards and practices, combined with the support of continued training and upskilling of our current and future labor forces, will create a stronger workforce with better wages, better skills, reduced turnover for employees, and increased economic mobility for all Atlantans. Again, thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any comments or questions from my colleagues? A motion to approve by Councilmember Westmoreland. We have a second by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Can you please open the vote?
The vote is open. The vote is open. Please vote. Vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilor Winston, how would you like your vote reflected?
As an aye.
Please reflect Councilor Winston as an aye.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a note, that is a dual referral, so we will formally have to do that just one more time while we're in committee of the whole through the Committee on Council. But you don't have to give your speech again if you don't want to. It'd be fine. Thank you. Councilor Winston, go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Next, colleagues, we'll sound the ordinance of first readings. We have two. The first is 24-0-1012, an ordinance by the Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta, Department of Parks and Recreation to retroactively reinstate to September the 24th, 23, the memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and the Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia by and on behalf of Georgia State University for the provision of maintenance and other services at Hurt Park to extend the term of the MOU for an additional period of 5 years commencing on September 24, 23 through September 23 to 2028, to waive all ordinances and the part of ordinances in conflict herewith, to ratify all actions taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of expiration of the MOU and for other purposes. Next item, 24-0-1013, An ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to reinstate retroactively to December 19, 2022, a memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and Buckhead Baseball, Inc. with respect to the operation and maintenance of the baseball fields at Bagley Park, formerly known as Frankie Allen Park, for recreational baseball programs, to exercise a 5-year renewal option under the MOU commencing December the 20th, 2022 through December 19, 2027, to waive all ordinances and resolution in conflict period, to permit the reinstatement of the MOU, to ratify all actions taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of the expiration of the MOU and for other purposes. Next, colleagues, we'll go into ordinances for second reading. Our first item is 23-0-1697, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation to reinstate retroactively the memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and Chastain Park Conservancy to extend the term of the MOU for a period of 5 years commencing on May 4th, 2023 through May 3rd, 2028, to continue the services provided by Chastain Park Conservancy to develop, maintain, and enhance Chastain Park in a manner consistent with the Chastain Park Master Plan, to waive all ordinances and part of ordinances in conflict period, to ratify all action taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of the expiration of the MOU and for other purposes. Colleagues, any questions? We do have DC Voss here if you do. If not, I'll make a motion to approve. For second by Councilmember Shook.
There's a motion to approve by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. Next item is number 5, 24-0-1005, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone to amend the city's 2015 to 2019 consolidated plan and the 2020-24 consolidated plan, the 2018 Community Development Low Income Fund, Low Income 2019 Community Development Grant Fund budget, and the 2021 Community Development Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations for the purposes of reprogramming Community Development Block Grant Program funding in an amount now to exceed $5,570,061.05, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Communication and Community Development to enter into a service agreement with Mercy Care Decatur for the purpose of providing comprehensive health care to low-income patients. All contracted work shall be paid to and from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. Colleagues, we have Commissioner London here. If you have any questions. Have a motion to approve sounded by Councilmember Westmoreland, a second by Councilmember Waits.
There's a motion to approve. There's a motion to approve 24-0-1005. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries. Please reflect Councilmember Shook as an aye.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. Next, we'll move the resolutions. Item number 6, 24-R-3001, a resolution by Councilmembers Michael Julian Bond, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Antonio Lewis, Andrea L. Boone, Howard Shook, Alex Wan, Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Mary Norwood, Keisha Shawn Waits, and Marcy Collier Overstreet to request establishment of a commission to determine appropriate honor for the sesquicentennial anniversary of the 1st Regiment of U.S. Colored Troops formed in Atlanta by Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, and for other purposes. Colleagues, the author of this legislation has requested us to hold. So we have a motion to hold by Councilmember Bond, a second by Councilmember Dozier.
There's a motion to hold 23-R-3001. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold this item in committee? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to hold this item in committee? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to hold this item in committee.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in committee carries.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 7, 24-R-3003. A resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $700,000.00 to 24/7 Gateway LLC pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support coordinated shelter and supportive services for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in the City of Atlanta, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of 24/7 Gateway LLC to support coordinated shelter and supportive services for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in the City of Atlanta, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve 23-R-3003 by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the hour is late, so I won't belabor the meeting with questions at this point. Just want to be on the record, though. I think that I'm not sure who Gateway LLC actually is, and I'd like for them at some point to come and make a report to the committee. I am continually hearing disturbing things about the way the Gateway Center is operated, and we heard some of that today in public comment, but I've heard it elsewhere. So I'm very, very concerned about it. The city made a substantial investment some 20 years ago, almost $30 million to create the Gateway Center, and want to be fully abreast, fully up to speed on what their mission is, how, more importantly, how we're holding them accountable. So I will be abstaining today since we are in committee. But at some point, Mr. Chair, I would hope that we would have them in a very thorough report and examination of their operations and how they're best, or how they are attempting to serve. I withdraw.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. First of all, Councilman Winston, thanks for putting this forward. Gateway is one of our only shelters, and as a city, we have repeatedly closed a lot of our shelters. But one thing that we fail to talk about oftentimes is that this is also supposed to be the sole responsibility of the county. While the city must do its part in helping with this, because the other option is to just let people freeze on the street or stay homeless. I would also like to ask, in addition to Gateway coming forward, if we can at some point also make the request of the county, specifically Fulton County, to come here and tell us how they are going to partner with us and carry their water on ending homelessness, because we are done, we have to consistently do their work for them. And I would like to know where on earth where they are. So just to piggyback off of what Councilmember Bond said, but we should also ask for Fulton County to come here and to tell us how they are spending their dollars to help end homelessness in a sustainable and compassionate, holistic way.
Any other discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. Question for law: can an abstention be rendered in committee of the whole? It can be in committee. It cannot be without a conflict in general session. What about committee of the whole?
Yes, Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. I believe that an abstention in committee, whether it be committee as a whole or otherwise, would be yes, admissible, permissible, excuse me, as it is a committee vote to approve or not approve. But in regular session, the rule against abstentions without a conflict of interest would be back in place.
Okay, thank you. So the vote is 13 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstention. The motion to approve carries.
Thank you, Council President. Next, we'll go to item number 8. This is 24-R-3007, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Atlanta, the City of Atlanta Housing Authority, the Georgia State Historic Preservation Office, and IQ Simpson Affordable Housing, LP, for a term of 5 years and for the purpose of mitigating adverse effects on historic properties as it relates to the new construction of multi-story apartment building at 810 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes. Colleagues, any questions or comments about this resolution? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Shook. I'll second.
There's a motion to approve by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Winston, 23-R-3007. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve this item.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to item number 9, 24-R-3014. Colleagues, there is a substitute. I'll go ahead and make a motion to bring forth the substitute.
Motion to bring forth substitute by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and read the caption. As substituted, a resolution by Councilmember Alex 1, authorizing the contribution of a total amount not to exceed $100,000 to the South Fork Conservancy to increase security and safety measures, including but not limited to fencing and cameras along the Cedar Chase and Cheshire Farms portion of the network, as well as expansion and alignment of the networks, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make the payment from the account number listed herein and for other purposes. There was a motion to approve by Councilmember 1 as substituted, and I'll second.
There's a motion and second to approve on substitute 24-R-3014. Is any discussion on the motion to approve as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve as substituted carries.
Thank you, colleagues. Now we'll move on to items that are held. We have 2 items that are coming off held today. The first one is item number 30. This is 23-R-4548. A resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a cooperative purchasing agreement with the number listed golf mowing equipment utilizing the Sourcewell contract with the number listed with Deere and Company on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation in an amount not to exceed $2 million and 0 cents annually to lease and or purchase equipment for continued golf course maintenance operations at 4 golf courses throughout the city of Atlanta. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. Colleagues, there is we need to attach the IPRO report, so I will make a motion to amend to attach the IPRO report.
There's a motion to amend by Councilman Winston, seconded by Councilmember Shook, 23-R-4548, to attach the IPRO. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to amend carries.
Thank you. Next item is item number 30. I'm sorry. We're not moving along just yet. I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
There's a motion by Councilman Winston to approve as amended 23-R-4548, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to approve as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve as amended.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion, Councilmember Overstreet, how would you like your vote reflected? It didn't get you. Councilmember Overstreet's an aye.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve as amended carries.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 31, which is also coming off held today, 23-0-1630, CDP-23-021, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan, CDP, so as to redesignate property located at 657 Jones Avenue Northwest from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. This came out of NPUL Council District 3. At this time, this was the companion piece to the previous legislation, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Councilmember Winston, 23-0-1630, seconded by Councilmember Amos, I believe. Yes. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to approve carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes the business of the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Great, thank you so much. We still have a couple of items.
Mr. Chairman, I had an item that I'm trying to bring off.
Yep, we still have a couple. If you indulge me, I want to go back to the Labor Commission, and we'll come to you, Councilmember Waite. So we're still in Committee of the Whole. I'm going to ask Councilmember Bakhtiari if she would come forward, because the appointment of Mr. Flanagan to serve as Commissioner of Labor is dual referred, and so now that it has been in the CDHS committee, I'm going to ask that we quickly do it also in COC.
Thank you. Mr. Flanagan, don't worry, I'm not going to make you recite everything again. This is under communications, item number 1, 24-C-5004. A communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. John Flanagan to serve as Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Employment Services for the City of Atlanta. And recommendation is to move for approval.
There's a move to approve this item by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to approve? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
How many? I'm sorry.
15.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve this item in COC carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember, before we exit, Councilmember Waite, so we're still in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking that item 23-R-483 be pulled off of held.
23-R-4183. Are you the author of the paper?
That is correct.
So an author of a paper that's been held more than 2 cycles can pull it off of held at their leisure. So could you remind us what the paper is?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. As many of you are aware, the General Assembly is currently meeting, and they meet for a 40-day period of time and generally wrap towards the end of March. And so this is time sensitive. I've received a number of communications from former colleagues over in the House indicating that House Bill 125 is moving. And this is a piece of legislation that addresses the issue of the affordable housing crisis here in the city of Atlanta. So 23-R-4183 simply encourages the Georgia General Assembly to amend the code to allow counties and municipalities the ability to regulate rent that is charged for privately owned single-family, multi-family units for the purpose of promoting equity, affordability to those that are residing within the city of Atlanta, state of Georgia. And so this would simply lie with the Georgia General Assembly because, as you know, we do not have the authority to address the issue of rent control, which often comes up in this body. And so simply, this is a measure that simply states that we would like the General Assembly to look at and review this conversation.
So I'm assuming your motion to approve?
That is correct, sir. Thank you.
Seconded. There's a motion to approve 23-R-4183, seconded by Councilmember Waite, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. I just had a quick procedural question related to this, and I support this measure. I know there was similar legislation that was adopted by this body a few years ago. Councilmember Brown had a similar paper asking for the Georgia Assembly to support an effort to change our statewide rules around rent control. Just out of curiosity, and this is me being new to this body, typically do we resubmit these asks to the Georgia Assembly on a regular basis if there's no state movement, or is an act that's done by this body considered, hey, we've asked for this and this for time immemorial, this is something we want to see happen going forward?
I would defer to my colleague, Councilmember Waite, who has been in the General Assembly, but I will simply remind everyone that the General Assembly works on a 2-year cycle, and all bills that are submitted basically go away and they start over. So it would feel as if it was outside that 2-year cycle that this body would want to opine, but I will.
That answers my question, Councilmember.
Okay. I will look to Councilmember Waite to extend that.
Well, I won't belabor the conversation because the hour is long, but I just simply want to give you some relief in the fact that we're allowing that decision to be made at the General Assembly, because as you know, that conversation comes up in this body often, to which we have no jurisdiction. And this would simply allow the General Assembly to make that decision in terms of whether or not counties and municipalities have that right, and it would end the conversation in this body. Thank you.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, I just wanted to point out we do have our IGA director in the audience. In case she would like to speak to this, I would, just wanted to draw attention to the fact that we do have Kenyatta Mitchell here. So
We are in committee of the whole. It is appropriate for someone to the administration to speak to items. If you'd like to introduce yourself and speak to this item, feel free.
Good evening. That's what I get for working late. Kenyatta Mitchell, Director, Intergovernmental Affairs, City of Atlanta. So to answer your question, yes, that bill has been proposed. I'm not sure if there's been a hearing yet. I'm not sure if this body would, if us weighing on it would be advantageous to the bill moving, but of course that's up to you all, how you all want to proceed.
Councilmember Waite, sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Ms. Mitchell, thank you for your presence. So as you are aware, this is a conversation that's come up over the years. And for the most part, given the conservatism of that body, we pretty much know how this is going to play out. However, there are a number of individuals who visit this particular body who feel somehow that the Atlanta City Council can act or make decisions surrounding this conversation. So this is an effort to be responsive to the many constituents that have come down here and raised the issue of rent control and affordable housing, to which we have no jurisdiction. And so this would simply send it over to the Georgia General Assembly to ask for the permission to do so if this body decides to do so. And that is what the request is for. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quibble with that at all. I mean, I just wanted to say once again, this body unfortunately does not have the ability. We are statutorily prohibited by the state to do any methods of rent control. But anytime I hear the word General Assembly, I come running. So I am here.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item or to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve 23-R-4183.
The vote is open.
progressive ideology.
Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries. Any other business before I entertain a motion to exit committee of the whole?
Motion to exit City of the Whole.
Motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to exit committee of the whole. Is there a second? seconded by Shook. Is there any discussion? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to exiting committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now exited committee of the whole. We're back in our regular session. I would entertain a motion to adopt all actions in committee of the whole in gross. It's moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to adopt in gross all actions taken? We can do this via we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt in gross.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt in gross carries. Councilmember Winston.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to send 23-R-4548 to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Winston to send 23-R-4548 to the mayor post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving this item post haste to the mayor? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to move post haste carries. I would invite Councilmember Bakhtiari to come back to dispose of the item that we left on her committee report agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We returning back to item number 3, 23-R-4243, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing blank to the position of municipal clerk, effective blank and for other purposes. I move to bring forth the substitution.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute for 23-R-4243 by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Was that right? Does everybody have the substitute? Is there any discussion of the substitute? Hearing none, we move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Substitute reads as follows. A resolution by Committee on Council as substituted by the Atlanta City Council appointing Corinne Lindo to the position of municipal clerk effective February 1st, 2024 and for other purposes. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 23-R-4243 by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Let me add my congratulations to Ms. Lindo on her appointment. Looking forward to working with her as clerk.
Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you. We will now move, as we have all been waiting with bated breath, to the Transportation Committee report. Chair Amos.
Mr. President, no report.
Amazing. Finally, we will move to the Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook.
Thank you. We have 3 items today, first of which is 24C5002. This is a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting their performance audit report on moving Atlanta forward. The motion is to accept and file.
There's a motion to accept and file 24-C-5002. That's coming out of committee, correct?
Correct.
So there needs no second. Any discussion on the motion to accept and file? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
Thank you. 23-0-1696 is an ordinance by Finance Exec Committee authorizing the CFO to write off Department of Aviation outstanding accounts receivable in the amount of $641,276.12, where it has been determined that such accounts are uncollectible and for other purposes. There was one abstention. Council members, we distributed a copy of the settlement that generated a number of those questions, so you should have that. I will move approval.
There's a motion coming out of committee, yes? Is it coming out of committee?
Yes.
Favorable. Coming out of committee to adopt 23-0-1696. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, and finally, 24-0-1010 came forward favorably on the condition of receiving a substitute that plugs in the amount needed of this council carry forward donation. So I will move to bring the following substitute forward: a ordinance by Ms. Keisha Shawn Waits is substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing donations in a total amount not to exceed $10,000 from the Post 3 at-large carry-forward account pursuant to the code section indicated of the city's charter to support various nonprofit organizations and for other purposes. Motions to bring the substitute forward.
Motion to bring forward substitute by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forward substitute? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to bring forward the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion on the unanimous consent.
$15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forward the substitute carries. Councilmember Shook.
Motion to approve on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to approve 24-0-1010 as substituted. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt substitute carries.
That is all.
Thank you, Councilmember Shook. Any other items before we move to personal papers? Okay, we will move to personal papers. First, for immediate consideration, Councilmember Waits.
Yes, that's what she will do now.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID 34589. This is an ordinance by Keisha Shawn Waits authorizing the transfer of $85,000.00 from the Post 3 at-large salaries permanent part-time account to the expense and distribution accounts and for other purposes.
There's a motion to adopt ELMS 34589 by Councilmember Waits. Oh, sorry. No, can't do it immediately.
Well, it's done, though.
4589.
I'm refreshing.
I got to miss
But, sorry, point of order, it's not going to be for immediate, we're going to refer it, and we'll refer it to the FEC committee. Immediate consideration, Councilor Winston.
Thank you, Council President. This item is ELMS ID 34579, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston to authorize the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $2,400,000.00 to Partners for Home, Inc., pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter to support its efforts to identify areas within the City of Atlanta where individuals and families experiencing homelessness are utilizing areas underneath bridges and controlled access, highway overpasses as living accommodations for the storage of personal property, to help stabilize such persons through the provisions of support and of immediate shelter, to work to move them into permanent housing, and the efforts to implement assistance programs to keep such individuals in housing, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of Partners for Home towards the efforts described herein, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein, to request that the commissioners of the City of Atlanta Department of Public Works and Atlanta Department of Transportation take necessary actions to clean and safeguard the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses from future risks to public safety, including but not limited to danger from fire and injury, and to work in collaboration with the Georgia Department of Transportation to do where necessary and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta has an interest in maintaining the public safety and welfare of citizens of the City of Atlanta and its visitors, and whereas under its police power, the City of Atlanta may take action to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, and whereas the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses are neither designed nor maintained to serve as living accommodations or for the storage of personal property, and whereas the use of the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses as living accommodations or for the storage of personal property poses an immediate risk to the public safety, to those persons so utilizing these areas, and to persons traversing thereover and otherwise utilizing the bridge or highway overpass for its intended purposes. And whereas the immediate risk to the public safety resulting from persons utilizing the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses as living accommodations or for the storage of personal property includes but is not limited to danger from danger from fire and injury. And whereas it is the desire of this Atlanta City Council that resources shall be innovatively and swiftly deployed to provide individuals and families experiencing homelessness who are utilizing the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses the support they need and deserve, and whereas during the coldest months of the year, the threat of danger from fire and injury resulting from persons utilizing the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses is acute, and whereas accordingly there exists an immediate need to stabilize individuals and families experiencing homelessness in our city and whom are utilizing the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses. And whereas Partners for Home, Inc. is a 501(c) nonprofit organization which brings together nonprofit, government, business, and community leaders together to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-occurring in the City of Atlanta. And whereas PFH acts as a collaborative applicant for the Atlanta Continuum of Care, and the mission of PFH is to coordinate a comprehensive response system to end homelessness in the City of Atlanta. And whereas the Atlanta COC, led by PFH, has created an infrastructure to assess, navigate, and house individuals quickly. And whereas the city has worked closely with PFH since April 2020 to successfully coordinate a comprehensive response and recovery effort to protect and house people experiencing homelessness, and whereas it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council to ensure that individuals and families in need within the City of Atlanta have access to shelter from elements as they regain stability in their lives and seek permanent housing. And whereas the Atlanta City Council has determined that it is the best interest of the public safety and welfare of the citizens of and visitors to the City of Atlanta to employ various strategies which shall eliminate the need and ability for persons to utilize the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses as living accommodation or for the storage of personal property. And whereas pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, the Atlanta City Council may authorize the donation of funds and services to a nonprofit organization for charitable purposes. And whereas accordingly it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council that the City of Atlanta shall provide a donation to PFH in an amount not to exceed $2,400,000.00 to support PFH's effort to identify areas within the City of Atlanta where individuals and families experiencing homelessness are utilizing areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses as living accommodations or for the storage of personal property, and to help stabilize them through the provision of support and of immediate shelter, to work to move them into permanent housing, and to implement assistance programs to keep them in housing. And whereas the Atlanta City Council also wishes to request that the commissioners of the City of Atlanta Department of Public Works and Atlanta Department of Transportation shall take actions to clean and safeguard the areas underneath bridges and controlled access highway overpasses from future risks to public safety, included but not limited to the danger from fire and injury, and to work in collaboration with the Georgia Department of Transportation to do so where is necessary. Now, therefore, be it resolved that by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter, the chief financial officer or his designee is authorized to make a donation to Partners for Home, Inc. in a total amount not to exceed $2,400,000.00 to support PFH's efforts to identify areas within the City of Atlanta where individuals and families experiencing homelessness are utilizing areas underneath bridges and control access highway overpasses as living accommodations or for the storage of personal property, and to stabilize them through the provision of support and immediate shelter, to work to move them into permanent housing, and to implement assistance programs to keep them in housing. Be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer is hereby authorized to charge to and pay the donation authorized hereby from the following account listed, and be it further resolved that the mayor or his designee is authorized to execute a donation agreement regarding this agreement, which shall detail PFH's efforts to identify areas within the City of Atlanta and where individuals and families experiencing homelessness are utilizing areas underneath bridges and control access highway overpasses as living accommodations or for the storage of personal property, and to help stabilize them through the provision of support and of immediate shelter, to work to move them into permanent housing, and to implement assistance programs to keep them in housing. Be it further resolved that the mayor or his designee is authorized to enter into any additional agreements as may be necessary to carry out the purposes of this resolution on the terms and conditions provided in the donation agreement. Be it further resolved that the donation agreement and any related agreement shall not become binding upon the city, and the city will incur no obligation or liability under the same until they have been approved by the city attorney or his designee as to form, executed by the mayor or his designee, and delivered to PFH. Be it further resolved that the commissioners of the City of Atlanta Department of Public Works and Atlanta Department of Transportation are hereby requested to take actions to clean and safeguard the areas underneath bridges and control access highway overpasses from future risk to public safety, including but not limited to dangers from fire and injury, and to work in collaboration with the Georgia Department of Transportation to do so where necessary. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions that are in conflict with the terms of this resolution and hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve Elms 34579, seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there a discussion on this item? Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston, that may be the longest read-in of
Yes.
our entire time on council in the last 2, going on 3 years. And just a quick question. Thank you for this legislation, incredibly important. And I know that we've been here a while, but I had to raise my question about the piece on the bridges and moving out. Like, I understand the motivation for that, especially given what has happened in Councilmember Wan's district.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
3 times. So my question, again, is the piece on moving folks out. So I realize that what this is designated towards. I would like to ask of the administration if there's a way to better explain to us. And it doesn't. I understand it can be in CDHS or at our future committee meeting. But the last piece where it states to help stabilize them through the provision of support and of immediate shelter, to work to move them folks into permanent housing, and to implement assistance programs to keep them in housing. If that could just be better explained, so that we have a better understanding of how that is done. It would, given what the state did with their hostile infrastructure, just putting boulders under bridges, I know that's not what we were doing here, but just to better understand that piece so that I can better explain it and also find out how to best support. That is my only question. Or statement, whatever it was that I said.
Okay. I think maybe the CFO could probably take a stab at that answer.
I brought you some water too after that long read.
Thank you, Mohammed Bala, Chief Financial Officer. There is coordination with administration working with Partners for Home to assure that the impacted individuals will be transitioned to temporary housing through the continuum of care, Partners for Home, and then into permanent housing. There is a detailed process that I'm sure that Administration LaShonda Brooks could happy to walk you guys through how that entire process will work. But it's part of this agreement.
May I also defer to the city attorney as well.
Yes, good evening, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. I would like to just kind of differentiate between the actions and the resolution. The donation for Partners for Home, who will be helping to identify the areas underneath bridges and overpasses where persons are utilizing those areas for housing and to store personal property, would not have any involvement in placing barriers or anything, any actions like that to or forcibly remove anybody. Partners for Home would not be involved in anything like that. They're doing their mission as a charity to provide that outreach and to provide those services to persons identified in that way, and the language that you pointed to is applicable only to Partners for Home, so they would not be engaged in any such activities.
Understood. I thank you for that. I just wanted that clarification, and this music in the background is very distracting, but I appreciate the insight into that, and that takes care of my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't have any problem with the legislation, but I wanted to make a point that as we continue to struggle with our issues on homelessness on the local level, that at some point I would hope the city would take the position to go back to HUD to ask them to revise some of their housing policies. The previous director of AHA, before he left, and one of the last go around that I was on, CDHS, he stated to me that how the housing authority and housing authorities around the country are not authorized to build housing for homelessness based on federal guidelines that they have to follow. Also, I believe that we've come full circle from Atlanta in the 90s, transforming public housing into mixed-use developments. And the federal government, most of the funding, comes from the federal government for those projects. What has resulted is that when you do a mixed-use development, because you've got a guarantee, so to make it attractive to the market, the amount of affordable housing for the lowest portion of income actually shrinks because you're trying to accommodate the middle and the upper to make it attractive for the mix for other market rate renters. And so there's two pieces of HUD's policies that need to be addressed if we're ever effectively going to address homelessness. One, our housing authority needs to be directed to develop temporary or permanent housing for homelessness. And then two, the policy on the mixed-use developments needs to be amended or expanded to allow for more lower-income housing and to be a part of that development, or we will never get out of this quandary. So, I support this contract. I think that this is yet again another good beginning, but we've got to get to the root of the problem. If we don't have federal subsidy to do a lot of this financing to build housing for Americans, then it'll forever be on the backs of cities, and it will forever be a challenge for us to climb out of a hole to address it. So that's my soapbox on this. I withdraw.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 34579.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, colleagues. Council President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to move the item to the mayor's office post haste, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Any other items for immediate consideration? Okay, we'll move to items for referral. Councilmember Norwood.
Elms 34569, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on East Conway Drive between Northside Drive and Jet Road and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34569 we refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 34566, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of East Conway Drive and Raintree Lane an always stop controlled intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34566 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. AMS number ID 34522, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Housing Authority of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, AH, for the purpose of the City of Atlanta to perform environmental reviews for housing authority projects and activities that receive federal financial assistance as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34522 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
AMS number 34563, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to amend Chapter 22, Article 3, Division 7, and to amend Chapter 162, Article 2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to amend the City of Atlanta regulations related to taxi cab and ride share services to ensure that a level playing field is maintained between vehicle for hire services by providing that a taxi cab may utilize a cellular telephone, a portable telephone, or a standalone computer, a global positioning service receiver, or substantially similar to portable wireless device as a taximeter. And by repealing the requirement, the taxi cab companies must have all of their taxi cabs painted the same color in favor of requirements concerning signage or assembly which mirror such requirements applicable to rideshare drivers under state law, to raise the permissible age of taxi cab and rideshare vehicles from 7 to 10 years, to reduce the burden of entry on taxi, limousine, or rideshare drivers desire to operate in the airport by repealing the requirement of the vehicle inspection as a prerequisite to the issuance of a permit to operate at the airport, to repeal the CPNC renewal fee and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34563 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID number 34523, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the City of Atlanta and Jose Feed the Hungry and Homeless, Inc. for the performance of an environmental review for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Economic Development Initiative Community Project Funding Project for the proposed Forest Hills Drive warehouse project located at 2545 Forest Hills Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, and for reimbursement for all costs associated with the environmental review and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34523 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
ELMS ID number 34580, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to amend contract FC 9974, citywide contract for demolition and asbestos abatement services with Kittsburg Construction, Inc., Southern Demolition and Environmental, Inc., and Max Hauling, Inc., on behalf of the City of Atlanta Police for the purpose of adding the Department of Finance to the contract and as authorized users and adding funds in an amount not to exceed $1,846,554.84 for all contractors in accordance with Section 2-1163, subsection C of Article Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 34580 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, President Shipman. I have two papers. One is ELMS 34590, a resolution by Councilmember Mayor Faroki requesting the mayor or his designee to make an always stop controlled intersection at North Highland Avenue Northeast and Carmel Avenue Northeast and for other purposes.
Items ID 34590 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And ELMS ID 34588, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki and Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $6,000.00 to our house from Post 2 at large carry forward account and District 2 carry forward account pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
Items ID 34588 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
ELMS ID 34587, ordinance by Westmoreland, Bakhtiari, and Juan, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to Outfront Theater from the Post 2 at large carry forward account and for other purposes.
Items ID 34587 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
34490, ordinance by Westmoreland to amend the City of Atlanta Ordinance 23-01310, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June 30th, 2023, and approved by operation of law on June 29th, 2023, to amend the term of the agreement with Fuse Corps to a term effective April 29th, 2024, and ending April 18th, 2025, for the purpose of a placement of an executive fellow and for other purposes.
Items ID 34490 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, ELMS ID number 34538, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024 general fund budget to increase the funded revenue budget from $800,854,047.00 to $817,654,047.00 and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34538 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS ID number 34574, resolution by council members Marcy Collier Overstreet and Keisha Waits, urging the mayor or his designee to authorize a feasibility study for the rehabilitation of the Quicksilver track and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34574 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you. ELMS ID number 34567, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install flashing beacons and object markers on El Paso Road Southwest and Campbellton Road Southwest and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34567 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Okay, ELMS ID number 34558, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute contracts with the sponsors, performers, artists, media outlets, venues, and vendors necessary to effectuate the City of Atlanta's 2024 Atlanta Jazz Festival, and allowing the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs on behalf of the City of Atlanta to charge admission fees for select events at the Jazz Festival, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 trust fund budget in an amount not to exceed $550,000.00 by transferring funds from the general fund to support the Atlanta Jazz Festival, authorizing all Jazz Festival contracted work shall be paid from and all revenues and expenses shall be deposited and expended from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34558 will be referred to the CHS Committee.
Okay, last one, ELMS ID number 34586, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to amend certain provisions contained in the Land Development Code of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances found in Part 3, Part 16, Chapter 18T, Section 1618T. .005, which pertain to SPI 20 Greenbrier Special Public Interest District, Sub-Area A, in order to modify regulations set forth in said section, which were enacted via Ordinance 22-0-1017 in an effort to achieve a balance of business offerings in the Campbellton Corridor, which will enhance the Campbellton Road Corridor Plan, and to reimagine Greenbrier Plan to repeal conflicting ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34586 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. My first item is ELMS number 34575, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designated install traffic calming devices on Gordon Terrace Southwest from Racine Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34575 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item is ELMS number 34576, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designated to make an all-way stop control intersection at Gordon Terrace and Racine Street Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34576 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID 34570, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Humphreys Drive Southeast from Springside Drive Southeast to Brownsmere Road Southeast and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34570 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 34572, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Altoview Drive Southeast from Cleveland Avenue to Springside Drive Southeast, Fair Lane Drive from Cleveland Avenue to Altoview Drive Southeast, Level Ridge Road Southeast from Springside Drive Southeast to Susie Griffin Road Southeast, and River Ridge Road Southeast from Springside Drive Southeast to Susie Griffin Road Southeast and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34572 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 34573, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Springdale Road Southwest from Jefferson Ave to Lakewood Avenue and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34573 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
ELMS ID 34577, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, and Jason Dozier to modify the Atlanta Fatal Collision, an ordinance to modify the Atlanta Fatal Vehicle Collision Crash Review Commission established pursuant to 23-0-1300 to change the name to Atlanta Fatal Review Commission, to direct the City Council to appoint 3 members from its body to serve on the Atlanta Fatal Crash Review Commission for a term of 2 years, to modify the duties of the commission to provide in-depth, multi-departmental, and holistic reviews of all fatal transportation-related crashes that occur on surface streets within the City of Atlanta, of which, upon completion, the review will submit findings and recommended changes to affected city departments and the public and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34577 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 34581, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Vaughn authorizing the contribution of a total amount not to exceed $300,000.00 to the South Fork Conservancy for increased security and safety measures, including but not limited to fencing and cameras along the Cedar Chase and Cheshire Farms portions of the network, as well as expansion and alignment of the network, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make the payment from the account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34581 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Shook.
Elms 34560, resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Watershed Management to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water service lines in the amount of X and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34560 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 34561 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 34561 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Elms ID number 34504, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to waive the limitation on the frequency of applications affecting the same property pursuant to Section 16-27.0023 of the City of Atlanta zoning ordinance for properties located at 2535 Glenwood Avenue Southeast and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34504 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID number 34562. An ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Dozier, Winston, Faroki, Wan, Shook, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, Bond, Westmoreland, and Waits. An ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-10 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to require that menstrual hygiene products, including both menstrual pads and tampons, shall be made available and accessible free of charge in all buildings and facilities, either owned or operated by the City of Atlanta inside and outside the corporate limits of the city and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34562 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 34578, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Councilmembers Wan, Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozier, Shook, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, Bond, Westmoreland, and Waits, urging the City of Atlanta to establish an energy burden fund supporting the installation and/or outfitting of energy efficiency measures for low-income owner-occupied residencies, rental units, and multifamily dwellings, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34578 will be jointly referred to CDHS and FEC Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other papers for referral today? Hearing none, we'll move to general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? No? Nope. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, of course, we got some acknowledgments. We have Mr. Sean Brown, Legislative Compliance, 18 years of service. Wasana Griffin, 32 years of service. And then, of course, our very own Vanessa Walden, 26 years of service. We had a young lady in my district, Mrs. Emily Miller, a 1940 graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, celebrate her 106th birthday this week. And then I'd like to join my colleague, Jason Dozier here, and congratulations, Dr. Faroki, for 43 years of service at Morris Brown College, and salute him on his pending retirement. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just want to let the public know, I said this in a meeting a couple weeks ago, but our office is hosting a public safety town hall for our South Downtown community. We've had a lot of high-profile events between stabbings at MARTA stations to shootings outside Greyhound stations. We want to make sure our South Downtown residents and businesses know that the city has their back. And so we have a town hall coming up this Wednesday, January 24th at noon. We're doing it middle of the day because we're not only going to do about an hour and a half of a Q&A, but we're also going to do a walk around the community to identify some locations where we need some public safety support. It'll be noon. It'll be Underground Atlanta at Future Gallery. The address is 50 Upper Alabama Street, Suite 278. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to commend the administration on the tireless work that they did over the cold snaps for our homeless situation. The administration, including Ms. Burks, Mr. Pace, Mr. English, Chief Donald, the Corrections Department, who worked night and day so that the homeless, unsheltered community would have 3 hot meals. AFRD, Atlanta Fire, the Police Department, Constituent Services, the Department of Recreation, and all of those volunteers and employees that worked over the weekend to make sure that our unhoused population were very well taken care of. Thank you again to all of those that had a hand in that effort.
Councilmember Lewis.
I want to say thank you to Marta and the folks over at Atlanta Technical College and Atlanta Metropolitan State College for hosting an event today on Cleveland Avenue Arterial from 5 to 7 p.m. Thank you to Marta for that. Thank you to the Department of Parks and Recreation for hosting the hiring blitz at Roselle Fan. We were able to get over 200 people onboarded. And so that was a huge event for us. And lastly, I want to say thank you to the folks over at Hutchinson Elementary School for your Dr. King Day activities. I enjoyed helping to build a new track, helping to build a new game lab, and to bring in mediation type of tactics for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general remarks? Hearing none, we'll move to the closing roll call.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members Bond, Westmoreland, Waits, Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozer, Bakhtiari, Wan, Shook, Norwood, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis.
Thank you. Without objection, we will stand adjourned.